can carry on consent. So we'll dive right into things with item 5.1, which is our monthly OC Transpo update for rail, bus, and paratransport with Renée and her staff. Bonjour, Renée.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très contente d'être ici.
Hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you today again.
For joining us today. I'm pleased to be here today because I will provide you an update on key initiatives, which will include the results of recent customer satisfaction surveys, the latest performance indicators, ongoing recruitment and training efforts, an overview of the scheduling process for transit service, and our 5-year roadmap. Next slide, please. I want to open this morning's meeting by encouraging you all of Council to attend a very special event on April 14th. It will be this Sunday. It's OC Transpo's annual Transecure and Safe Driving Awards ceremony at Ben Franklin Place. It's a special ceremony that allows us to celebrate those who have demonstrated the commitment to safety that is at the forefront of what transit service does. This year, we'll recognize an operator with a safe driving record of 45 years at OC Transpo. Imagine that. I also want to mention our new Next Stop blog series, Your Future Journey, which will help guide our customers through the upcoming bus network changes and help explain how it will improve their commute across the transit system. We recently held a special event, Empowered at the Wheel, to help attract more women to carriers at OC Transpo. On the next slide, you will see some of the many talented women we have working at OC Transpo. Next slide, please, Eric. Here are some pictures from the event on March 28th. We will continue to work towards greater gender diversity and equality across our workforce, and we'll be planning more events and activities throughout the year. Next slide, please. I would like now to hand over to Dwayne Duquette. Dwayne is a Deputy Chief Safety Officer. He will take you through our key health and safety performance indicators.
Merci. Next slide, please. Bonjour, Commission de Transport en Commun. Je m'appelle Dwayne Duquette.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dwayne Duquette. I'm responsible for the safety at OC Transpo.
Today, I'd like to share an update on employee injuries, customer injuries, and vehicle collisions. First, I'll draw your attention to the employee injuries. The total number of reported injuries thus far in 2024 are 140. This is up to and including the end of February. For the month of February specifically, there were 50 new employee injuries reported. This is lower than the 2024 monthly average of 70 injuries. The top 3 injuries thus far in 2024 are slips or trips, traumatic or stressful events, and struck or caught. Next is the customer injury to date. Again, this is up to and including the end of February. The rate is 1.08 per million trips. Due to fluctuating weather conditions in both January and February, customer embarkation and debarkation were the #1 reason for this reported injury rate. However, we also continue to see that hard braking events and injuries sustained while the bus is in motion are also contributors. On the next table, vehicle collisions. We can observe the total vehicle collision rate of 2.54 per 100,000 kilometers and a preventable collision rate of 1.12 per 100,000 kilometers. Both metrics exceed our safety management system targets. As a result, we continue to rely on our 1-day mandatory driver refresher training for all OC Transpo employees. This is not just bus operators, but anyone authorized to operate an OC Transpo vehicle. The 1-day refresher training, combined with a number of other initiatives, such as disciplinary measures program, the safety observations program, and improved data mining efforts with our newly hired data analysts, are all aimed at reducing these numbers. Furthermore, it's worth noting that the number of red light infractions for January and February is 5, while last year, the number for the same 2 months was 7. The decrease in infractions is encouraging, and hopefully it's a sign that our efforts are having positive impact. Finally, the bar graph shows that 1,110 employees have completed the previously mentioned one-day refresher training as of the end of February. This represents 46% completion of all OC Transpo employees who are required to take the course. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and now I'll pass the floor to my colleague, François Kirouet.
Merci beaucoup, Dwayne. Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle François
Thank you
Kirouet.
very much. My name is François. I'm responsible for the client service strategy. We have some results here.
As we shared last month, over the past year or so, we've used a variety of tools, survey tools, to learn and receive feedback from our customers. One of these tools is a regular survey, which has been conducted by a contractor on our behalf on a continuous basis since September of last year. We call this our weekly pulse. Every 4 weeks, approximately 1,000 Ottawa residents are surveyed, including both OC Transpo customers and non-customers. The survey captures a random sample by telephone and is representative of the overall City of Ottawa population. The chart before you here shows the percentage of transit customers who agree or somewhat agree that they feel secure when riding on OC Transpo service. It shows similar results than last month, with a high percentage of customers again telling us that they feel safe when riding on OC Transpo, with results over the past 6 months or so at the same level, around 85%. Transit customers here are defined, here in the next slide as well, are defined as respondents who say that they sometimes ride OC Transpo or more often. Next slide, please. À l'aide des mêmes sondages, nous avons aussi demandé à nos clients s'ils sont heureux avec le service offert par OC Transpo.
So we are offering a service within OC Transpo. Results showing that in March, once more, 45% of our clients are satisfied, or so it's about the same as last winter 2023. Since last September, client satisfaction is raising. This is the dash line that you see. There's also a link with this client satisfaction and availability of service. And normally they're happy when the service works.
We'll now go through our regular Paratransport key performance indicators, starting with on-time performance. The chart shows the percentage of Paratransport customers who were picked up during their planned 30-minute window. In March 2024, Paratransport on-time performance remained at 95%, the same as the previous month, and 1% higher than the same month in 2023. You'll also notice from the chart that Paratransport on-time performance continues to remain very, very steady throughout the year, with results between 92 and 95% throughout the entire year. Next slide, please. Le prochain indicateur est le temps d'attente.
The next one is the telephone booking line response times. Once more, we see that it's improving since last year. In March 2024, it was a wait time of 2 minutes 43 seconds, better than last year. This improvement was achieved even though we have more requests in 2024. We can also see that over the last 12 months, it's pretty stable, always below 5 minutes on average, and below the maximum of 15 minutes.
This chart shows the number of Paratransport reservations by month, by mode of booking. In black are the number of bookings for Paratransport made by telephone, and in orange are the number of bookings made online through My Paratransport. As Paratransport ridership has continued to increase over the past year, the total number of bookings has also increased from 87,000 in March 2023, on the left of the slide here, to 92,000 in March 2024 for the last month. The proportion of bookings or reservations that were made online was just over 9% in March, which is a little higher than in 2023 when it was 8%, but about the same as the past 6 months or so. Next slide, please. This chart here shows the Paratransport related complaints by month and by category, or sorry, the rate of complaints for Paratransport. This rate in March was 1.7 complaints per 1,000 Paratransport customer trips. This is lower than the previous month and the same, and about the same as the same month in 2023. The overall decrease in March is due to fewer complaints related to fares, booking and information, as we can see in the orange and gray sections of the chart here. The rate of complaints related to service delivery, that's at the bottom of the column here in blue, safety and security, service policy, all have remained relatively steady in March. Next slide. Nous pouvons voir ici les résultats d'achalandage pour
We can see here the ridership, Paratransport ridership for the first 3 months. We had over 67,000 trips. So it's 3.6% more. So we have an increase every single month since the beginning of the year.
Transport revenue in February 2024, which is the black column on the chart here, at 201,000 was 43,000 higher than the same month last year in gray on the chart, and 46,000 or about 30% higher than budget. The increase in revenue is mostly due to the increase in ridership for Paratranspo. Next slide. We'll now move on to our conventional bus and O-Train KPIs, starting with line 1 service delivery. This is the percentage of service which was delivered as planned, and in March 2024, service delivery on line 1 was 99.4%, 0.5% percentage points higher than for the same month in 2023, when it was 98.9%. In the first 3 months of 2024, we've observed a trend of increasing service delivery with month-over-month improvements in February and March. Next slide. This slide here is the service delivery for a conventional bus service. Again, this is the percentage of our service which was delivered as planned. The result in March at 98.8% is, again, a year-over-year improvement and also the highest result of the past 13 months. This is 2 months in a row now, which with higher rates of service delivery, taking us that much closer to our target of 99.5% service delivery. These results certainly reflect our efforts to stabilize our service. Next slide. Here we go into a little bit more detail in terms of service delivery for the month of March 2024. As mentioned, overall service delivery was 98.8%, as you can see in the green portion of that bar chart there. And this rate of service delivery represents an average of 104 trips out of just over 8,000 trips on a regular weekday that were not delivered or canceled. Of these trips that were not delivered, just over 40% of them were not delivered due to not having enough bus operators. So in absolute terms, to give a little bit of context to that, it means that on average, for a typical weekday, 45 individual trips were not delivered because we didn't have enough bus operators. Similarly to last month, again, about a third of trips that were not delivered were because of on-street issues, such as traffic congestion. And again, in absolute terms, this would represent for a typical weekday about 33 trips that were not delivered due to traffic congestion on a typical weekday. The rest of the trips that were not delivered, about 1 in 5, were because of mechanical breakdowns, and the remainder because the bus was just not available. Finally, circling back to the bottom of the slide, the table at the bottom left shows the 3 routes with the most undelivered trips for the month of March. They were in order: Route 6, Line 2 replacement buses, and Route 12. Next slide. The chart here shows the overall absenteeism by month for the past 13 months for both bus operators, shown in the black line with the round markers, and for electric rail operators for line 1, shown in orange with the square markers. For bus operators, absenteeism in February 2024 was 13.8%, which is an increase compared to the previous month, but still an improvement compared to the same month in 2023, where absenteeism was 16.9%. For reference, average absenteeism for all of 2023 was 14.7%. For electric rail operators, again in orange here, absenteeism in February was 17.8%, higher than the previous month and higher than for the same month in 2023, where absenteeism was 11.4%. Average absenteeism for rail operators for the whole year was 12.1%. Next slide, please. This next indicator is the on-time performance for routes operating every 16 minutes or less frequently. The chart shows the percentage of trips which arrive at major stops no more than 1 minute early and no more than 5 minutes late. The on-time performance of these routes has continued to increase in March, with steady increases from a low of 73% last fall to a high of 79% on time in March. This is the highest result of the past 13 months as well, and takes us closer to our target of 85% on-time performance, which you could see now as a new addition to this chart in a dashed gray line on the chart. This result also represents a year-over-year increase of 3% compared to the same month in 2023. These improvements certainly demonstrate the positive impacts of our efforts to stabilize service and go hand in hand with a higher level of service delivery, allowing us to adapt to changing conditions and maintain our schedules more consistently. Next slide, please. So this slide here has been presented in the past few meetings, showing the on-time performance for routes that operate more frequently, or every 15 minutes or more frequently. It has not been updated to show March 2024 results, as we are working, we've mentioned before, to bring you a better indicator of the reliability of frequent bus routes. We are working to implement a better indicator of the regularity of our frequent bus services. For frequent bus routes, and again, we're describing those as routes operating every 15 minutes or more frequently. It's more important for customers that buses arrive regularly or evenly spaced, and as such, the overall performance of these routes may be higher than what you have on the chart here, as we work to ensure that the time between each bus remains consistent rather than sticking exactly to the schedule. We will be presenting a new key performance indicator of the regularity of our service at a subsequent Transit Commission meeting. Next slide, please. Nous présentons ici l'achalandage pour le service
Here
d'autobus.
we have the ridership for Line 1 and conventional buses. For the result for 2024 are in black and the 2023 are in gray. For 2024 expected forecast, it's the third line. In February 2024, we had 6.1 million trips, so 13% more than last year. And it's about 5% less than what we forecast.
Finally, in terms of our regular KPIs, this slide shows the fare revenue results for Line 1 and conventional bus service. Again, the black columns show our results for the current year, the gray columns the previous year, and the gray horizontal line our budget for the year. Fare revenue results for February follow a similar pattern to ridership results, which we saw on the previous slide. February revenue at $12.8 million was 1.4 million higher than for the same month in 2023, but 1 million lower than our budget. The variance in fare revenue is in large part due to the lower than expected sale of full fare adult passes. Next slide, please. I'll wrap up today with a brief update on our recruitment and training plan. This slide, in the same format that's been presented in prior updates, shows our bus operator recruitment and training plan for 2024. In the top half of the table is our plan, and in the bottom half are actual numbers for the year. Since our last update at the previous Transit Commission meeting, our first class of 2024 graduated on March 26, with 19 trainees becoming bus operators. 2 more classes began in February and March and are currently in process. And our latest class, with 27 trainees, began just this past Monday on April 8th. And finally, to date, in 2024, we have recruited 107 trainees, with 19 that have graduated and 70 who remain in training. Je vais maintenant donner la parole à René. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, François. Je suis très contente de ces résultats. J'espère que les membres de la commission
I'm very happy of these results. I hope that you see that we're moving forward. And we want to become one of the best company amongst in the world.
The important subjects we will present at our next meeting. We know that the launch of our new bus network, the Southern O train extension, and resolving issues with Line 1 are priorities for commissioners and transit customers, for sure for us as well. Many of these items are closely linked, and we would like to speak to them at a joint meeting of Transit Commission and LRT Subcommittee in May. I have asked Chairs Gower and DeRoche to schedule this meeting so both committees can be fully briefed. Thank you very much to all of them. At the joint meeting, the topics we'll present include a presentation by RTG on the solution of the axle bearing issue, a full update on the Stage 2 LRT extension project, including a close look at the South extension and the status of activities required to open lines 2 and 4. And finally, we will also have updates on the Fair Compliance Initiative and the annual maintenance of O-Train Line 1. While we provide a very detailed update on the O-Train South extension at the May meeting, I would like to briefly speak to its current status. The big elephant in the room is when we will launch overdue service. I recognize that late last year, and even as recent as last month, I said that this spring the system could be ready. What I can say today is things are evolving positively, and I will share some key progress in just a few moments. At the May meeting, we will take some time to explain important items necessary to launch service. Having a joint meeting is essential as these items are related to the mandates of both committees and cover how the new system will be integrated into OC Transpo's operations. I will now provide an update on how things are evolving on the South extension. We continue to see good progress on the testing and commissioning program, as well as training of operators and system controllers. I just had a meeting this morning, so it's very clear and fresh. Monday to Friday, we are regularly running 9 trains between Lime Bank and Bayview stations and to the airport station. If you're a reminder, this is something that we have shared with you many times, that it was very important to have 9 trains. So check done. We anticipate extending the training and testing to include weekends by the end of this month. Training of rail operators is tracking to be complete in late May. Increasing the time that trains are in operation means we are able to identify more vehicle, signal, and infrastructure issues and address them. This is a key part of the testing phase. Finding these issues now allows us to fix them and increases our confidence that the system is safe and reliable when it opens. This period is also important to bring up the familiarity and performance of both OC Transpo's operations, staff, and the maintainer, and to build our overall confidence in the system. Parallel work continues to other integration activities, including headway testing, securing station occupancy permits, and completing remaining construction activities across the entire line. Our next steps, once testing and training is complete, will be to run the entire system to build up reliability and the overall proficiency of both the operations and maintenance teams to deliver the service. Trial running will start once performance is stable. It will demonstrate that the train can run reliably at 98.5% availability average over the 14-day period. Meeting this requirement means the system is delivering the level of service our customers expect. We are making good progress, but I know that the question remains, when will it open? Before we can answer that, we need to see train operating hours increase, operator training complete, and system testing advance. We will be better positioned to predict the pathway to passenger service as we move through these activities. What I must stress is that this current work is critical and cannot be rushed. My team and I are following the lessons learned from line 1 and outlined in the public inquiry report. We must take the time to ensure our testing on the south extension is thorough if we want the system to be safe and reliable. At the joint meeting in May, you can expect that we will provide comprehensive updates on our current progress, as well as the remaining steps towards service. Thank you again for your time. On peut prendre maintenant les questions. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, merci Renee. Thank you, Renee, and the team for all the updates this morning. So we don't have any delegations on this item, so we can go straight to any questions from our committee members or other councillors joining us today. Anyone want to start? Councillor Tierney, go ahead.
Very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the comprehensive presentation today. Unfortunately, I still see Route 12. I can't shake it out of the top 3. That really satisfies, like, it's a backbone. It's used to be the old 2 split in 12. I'll say this every time. What are we doing to address that? Like, that is a high priority route in my mind. I don't think anyone would disagree, because people use that to get to Le Cité, to the Montfort, to work. And there, I keep highlighting, there's a 15 that does almost the same route, but doesn't go to the Jasmine area, doesn't go to the pickup zones in Beacon Hill North and South to get those people to work. I'd be inclined, and I'm shooting myself in the foot here because the 15's in my neighborhood. Why aren't we setting priorities on which buses that essentially duplicate each other, except for that one segment that's the most important? Why would we not be canceling the 15 route versus the 12? How do you set those priorities?
Chair, thank you for the question. I will ask Troy or Matt to comment. The only thing that I can say is what we saw today. It's a very good improvement based on the past. So we continue to work on our action plan that should be able to bring you an update. If it's not next month, probably the other one. But what I'm saying now, it's a very, very, very good trend, and we continue to address those issues. But having today 98.8%, I think that it's very close to our 99.5 as a target. And the more we will be close to the 99.5, the more we will be able to address those specific issues.
Sure, and I truly appreciate that. But again, I think there's some priority routes that are identified. Do you have a list of what those priority routes are? Like, if they don't run, the people that need those trains the most, or buses, trains, they're not getting them. Do we identify which are the top ones and saying, you know what, somebody that lives close enough to it, we can cancel that operator and move them to the line that requires it most?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. When it comes to the trip cancellations, obviously, and I know I'm sorry, I know I'm stating the obvious. We want to provide as many trips as possible, right? We want to get as close to that 100%, and our target is 99.5. Our control center does go through a prioritization process of trips, and they triage everything according to the prioritization that we have. And generally speaking, it's the first and last trips of the day, school trips that operate very infrequently, hospital routes, and then as well trips that provide limited options should there be cancellations for customers. One of the trade-offs though is that when you look at the more frequent the route is, that leads it to it's more likely to have a trip undelivered as we're trying to adjust and minimize the impacts for all customers. But I can take your suggestion away back on the 12 route and see what we can do. We don't necessarily say the 12 is a priority trip. We look at what it's serving and how it fits into the overall network. Sure. But I can take that feedback away and see if we can make some adjustments versus the 12 and the 15.
If you could just overlay the two, you'll see what I mean. It's literally the segment that's most important of people that require public transit that is being lost on those cancellations. So, and it'd be nice just to know what is considered priority routes. I think we know most of us have a priority route in our area. And when it goes down, we hear the most about it. The suburban ones, whatever, one trip's missed, sorry, it happens. But the major routes are the challenge. So we can take that offline for sure. I appreciate that.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just add in as well, I mean, obviously there's other work that's going on from a scheduling and planning perspective with regards to looking at the run times, the on-time performance,
Sure.
and as we look at that and be able to implement those changes across the network, that will free up more capacity and flexibility for our control center. So it really is a really holistic approach that we're taking. But as I said, I'll take away the 12 and the 15 specifically.
Excellent. And two very quick final questions. I'd like to see the numbers. That's great. I'm very happy you brought that back on recruitment. Do you feel we're fulfilling the targets? I noticed the numbers kind of, obviously, we're not going to let anyone in that, has a pulse and a driver's license. We have to ensure safety. But at the same time, do you feel satisfied with those numbers because they seem to flux a little bit? And do they actually continue to stay here after they get employed? Because I'm hearing some of them decide to make other career path choices and leave us after we've trained them.
Chair, the answer is yes.
Okay, good. And last question is related to the aging of the bus fleet. I brought this up time and again. How are we looking right now? Is there going to be, we get these updates on a regular basis. We currently have, I don't know how many RTX in our fleet, 700 and something, I assume, 600. I don't even know what the number is anymore. What's that? 300? Of course, Wilson knows it's 300. But at some point, we're really pushing the maximums on some of the maintenance. How are we going to watch that? I think that's critical because, again, you can't just pick up the phone and call New Flyer and have 300 new buses sitting on our doorstep tomorrow. It's going to take a long time. Where are we at on the maintenance runway?
Thank you for the question, Chair. This is a huge point on our maintenance action plan that we address very, very closely. And I want to say that kudos to the maintenance team because this team is doing fantastic since the last weeks, I would say months, since February. It's amazing the job that this team is doing, and I want to take the opportunity to thank all of them. We continue to work on a corrective and preventive maintenance for sure. And my colleague Richard Holder will present probably in June first an update on the e-buses. So we will be able to announce you when we can expect having those new buses. And he will present as well good KPIs to help us take good decisions. So the MDBF, the mean distance between failure, we will see that. And that will bring you some comfort, I hope. And so this is something that we are trying to follow very, very closely because it's important. And we know that I have been said that many times, but I want to repeat it. We are late on our acquisition of buses because we have taken the decision to move to the e-buses, which is great, which has support at some 100%. However, for good reasons, we couldn't move forward with those e-buses. But now we are setting very well. Things evaluate very well as well. So I would say I have that on my radar, but we are controlling everything, and I think. We'll update you in June, but it's not that bad, I would say, based on the agings.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Now, I think it's just in the past, we want to ask questions like this, Mr. Chair, but I think we've gone through several years where people want to see those numbers and it's we have full faith in our staff. They do a terrific job, but even if it's I would love to see it monthly. I know that's resource intensive to have that KPI about life cycle of a diesel powered bus and all that stuff. But if you're saying you can bring that in June, maybe we can see a quarterly number on that because the runway gets very short quickly. And I just don't want to be sitting around here looking at what are we going to do if we don't have those buses in here. And I think that's typically, again, we leave that to staff and throw it to you guys, but there's an expectation we ask those questions. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. As a quick follow-up to Councillor Tierney's first question, does staff know the frequency of the 3 routes that were in that slide, Route 12, Route 6, and Line 2? Or if you don't right away, could you get back to us before the end of this item? So I think that's important in terms of, are they running every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or every half hour? I think it's important to the context of and capacity.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 Does staff know that off the top of your head, or can you get back to us in the next few minutes?
I don't know the frequency off the top of my head, but Chair, related to that comment or question is the fact that the table we present is the 3 routes with the most trips that were not delivered. Even when we reach our target of 99.5, we will still present 3 routes, and most likely those will be among the 3 routes that have the most service, right? So they're related to routes with the very high frequency will always be the ones that are featured there, even if their rate of service delivery is to our satisfaction, 99.5. So even if the 12 does have 99.5 service delivery, it may still be in the top 3 because it has much more service than other routes. So there's a portion of this that is related to how we are presenting this information.
Yeah, and with the follow-up, that's my point is the number 12 is always in this list. What are we doing to address it? Right? Like, do we just continue to let it stay on the top of the list? What's the plans to change that?
Chair, peut-être que je peux répondre à conseiller Attorney. Au fait, c'est pour ça que j'ai mentionné tout à l'heure que le pourcentage de livraison est important parce que avant, quand on parlait de ces lignes-là, ces 3 tops, on était à 95%. Là, ce qu'on voit, on dépasse 97%, ils sont déjà améliorés. Donc, juste même s'ils restent dans les 3 tops, ils sont déjà améliorés. Puis, ce que mon collègue François dit, c'est même quand on va avoir 99,5% sur tout le réseau, il va toujours avoir on va toujours présenter quelles sont les 3 lignes qui sont les plus impactées, mais peut-être qu'on va dire, OK, celui-là qui est impacté à 99%, pour pouvoir avoir la moyenne de 99,5%. Donc, 99%, ça va être très bon par rapport à 95% auquel on avait l'habitude de voir les années précédentes. Donc, on va toujours avoir les 3 tops, mais on va avoir amélioré le service, mais on n'aura pas nécessairement atteint notre 99,5 pour ces lignes-là. Et peut-être même éventuellement, lorsqu'on aura notre 99,5 qui est le target que j'ai promis ici à la commission, on n'aura plus besoin de présenter les 3 tops parce que 99,5, ça va vouloir dire que c'est seulement 0,5% du service qui n'est pas livré. Donc, ça représente 40 voyages sur les 8000 voyages qu'on fait par jour. Donc, ce n'est pas nécessairement significatif.
No, je comprends, c'est très complexe, but the problem you have is why is this one route still continually being in that top 3? Like, do you look at that number every time and go, why is this number here again? It's been over a year and a half.
Yes, because it's a frequent route, because we have a lot of service, and because this is where we can cut a certain portion of service without disturbing a lot of people and all the network. This is why.
Okay. Well, I may have further questions because I see this as a problem. I've heard from operators. I know that it becomes a problem when you have backups of the 12 because there's so many people that ride that for so many reasons, not because it's a luxury, it's because they have to. And when that bus doesn't show up, it's a problem. So thank you for the added on question. I think that will help with the rest of the debate today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Lowe is next up.
Thank you, Chair. This is sort of, I'm going to continue on the cancellations for a little bit, but it's not so specific to a certain route. Last month, when this presentation was made, the top 3 routes with top 3 routes, regardless of what the routes are, the numbers were 105, 103, and 101 trips canceled, which worked out last month to about 98%. This month, the top 3 routes are 131 trips, 129, and 110. So like by raw number, it's higher, but somehow the percentage of service delivered is also higher. So I don't imagine the number of trips that we're offering overall has increased from month to month because it's the same booking. Can you perhaps unpack that for me and explain it, and perhaps explain why, while the percentage of trips were delivered higher, the raw numbers for the top three, at least the top three canceled trips have increased.
Part of it might be that February had 2 fewer days, which does have an impact on the numbers. So you'll have fewer cancellations on those routes. And the other part might be, and I don't have these before me, but in just how we've distributed, or how trips that were not delivered were distributed amongst all the routes throughout the network.
Okay, and before you presented, I think it was you. Anyway, before these numbers were presented today, you had said that these are the number of planned trips that get canceled. Is there for a while, at least when I was there, there were trips that were sort of pre-planned to be canceled. Like these are your TCTs. These would be TCTs in the system. Are these trips accounted for when this cancellation data is presented, or are these only trips that we don't pre-plan, where we don't pre-plan the cancellations for the day?
So the chair, the service delivery rate and the numbers of trips that were not delivered are based on the public facing schedules. So what we advertise to our customers, we measure ourselves against that.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Moving over to the vehicle collision rate, it's very noticeable that it's increased significantly since 2020. But since 2020, vehicle traffic has also increased fairly significantly. And I understand if this is data that you may not have properly obtained before 2020, but is there any information about 2018, 2019, like the rates of collision there? Like, I think it's more fair from a data standpoint, as well as on our operators. I think it's more fair to sort of compare the data now and last year to data from before the pandemic. Because if you say, hey, since 2020, our rates of collision have doubled, it looks really bad on us. But that information completely hides the fact that in 2020, you could do a 140 up Woodruff from Fallowfield to the highway with no traffic, which I don't.
Chair, thank you for the question. At present, we don't have that data from prior to 2020, not at least in the same values that we're collecting it now. So unfortunately, it would be a bit of a comparing apples to oranges as opposed to apples, which is, I believe, what you're looking for.
Yeah, and no, that's fair. If this data was not properly collected before 2020, I understand. But perhaps something worth noting, I guess, for whoever's watching, like it could very well be several external factors that's driving this number up the way it is. So thank you for that. The increase in paratranspo, nope. That's not actually, yeah. The increase in paratranspo ridership, it's encouraging to see. Is that just, is the increase in ridership and the number of trips that we provide, does that correspond to an increase in the number of clients that we're serving as well? Or is it the same, let's say roughly the same number of clients who are just booking more trips?
Chair, I don't have the number of clients with me, but something we can take away and provide.
Okay, that's probably something worth planning for, because our demographics might drive us that direction as well. As you can tell, I really like data. The last question for me, at least for now, where I understand the intention behind not providing the on-time performance data for trips that run 15 minutes or more. And I understand the logic behind service regularity and therefore reliability, sort of from an outside facing perspective. However, when in communities like in more suburban communities where the most frequent bus routes are 15 minutes most of the day, a bus that's 7 minutes late can still affect, it still affects the rest of the trip, especially when the second half of the trip involves a local route that runs every 30 or 60 minutes. So I respectfully challenge that point that it doesn't matter, because I think it does, especially like that is my commuting experience, right? I have a local route that I have to transfer to off a frequent route. And when even though the 74, it runs every 15 minutes and it's usually great, The fact that I have to transfer onto a local route after means that sometimes that trip can be extended by 30 minutes when a trip is 7 minutes late. So to a customer who lives on the 74 and only has to use that frequent route, yeah, they're 7 minutes late. But for a customer who has to then transfer to a 170 or 173, like that's 30, I guess 37 minutes added to the trip, up to 37 minutes added to the trip. So it's something that I would like to see come back. But if you're working on a new model to sort of demonstrate regularity and to prove that and to show that there is still regularity in service, I would like those, if possible, I would like those two data sets to be presented concurrently, and because I think that would be helpful. Because it is one thing truly to see service regularity, but I believe there is an importance in seeing the on-time performance of routes that run every 15 minutes, because I think it will still matter until we get back to a point where the 95 used to run every 4 minutes. At that point is when I think we can truly say this schedule doesn't matter. It's like the light rail. The schedule doesn't matter on the light rail, but I think on a route that's every 15 minutes, it really does matter. So I'm going to leave the other questions for the joint meeting of the Transit and LRT subcommittee, but thanks for the presentation.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentations. I have a question about Paratranspo and accessible taxis. I'm hearing from a resident, and this has been an ongoing problem about trying to get somewhere. And when the accessible taxis come, they've been waiting for at least an hour. And this has been happening over and over again. So I don't know where it fits into your information, but that's we have brought it to the attention of OC Transpo, and I'm just very concerned about this for someone who relies on OC Transpo's para service. I need to know we're doing better. They're concerned that the taxis really are not motivated to pick up passengers and that need accessibility, and they're getting missed. So it's happening over and over again. Can I have some reassurance that this will be examined?
Chair, the on-time performance for the para buses and taxis is 95%, which is good. So I think it will be important to know exactly which customer had this bad experience, so we can handle it and we can see what we can do, because frankly, it's hard to answer that question today. I don't know, maybe one of my colleagues here, you have it, maybe Rami?
Yes, Chair. So when it comes to paratransport, it's a case-by-case basis. Sometimes we realize that customers may reference the accessible taxis as a standalone service. Maybe if they're going through paratransport, when they go through paratransport, they are measured the same way our bus service is. So they have to adhere to the same 30-minute interval that we have. We look at every case separately, and we do follow up and make sure we do any adjustments to the trip if we have to in the future. And we have a whole team dedicated to supporting the customers. So if you have any particular case, please feel free to forward it to myself and the team, and we can take care of it.
We have reported it, but it doesn't seem to be working so far. So, but I'll bring it back to you again, because this is somebody who I know is suffered from the service. And he at one point was able to just use regular bus routes, but at this point he needs para, and it's been very difficult. So I just wanted to raise that. In terms of the new routes, 258 is going to be taken out. And I did meet with Matt, and thank you very much, Matt. I did get a chance to talk to the community that's most affected, which is Crystal Bay, and it's a 2-kilometer long road, which will have no bus service, as you're aware. They are interested in on-demand service to be put on the list because it is an exceptional area. The other question was service for high school students like that go to Bell High School. That's another issue that was raised. I had their AGM the other night, so it was perfect timing to talk to Matt just before then and raise these issues. And the fact that the 58 is not a frequent bus, so it's local. So even there, there's concern that the service is not being being improved for Crystal Beach. So if that can be looked at, if you have any comments, thank you.
So, Chair Gow, thank you, Councillor Kavanagh, and it was a pleasure to meet with your team the other day to discuss this. I'd be happy to meet with you to discuss the concerns of the high school students. I know that's not one of the things that we discussed the other day, so we'd very much like to get a handle on those. And as I mentioned, with regard to the on-demand transit, like this area will be considered as we go to our next stage of review with all of the other areas of the city that will be reviewed for this programme.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to zero in. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. I just want to zero in on the element of the slide on the revenue projections, where you were saying, I think for the last month, your revenue projections, your revenue, while they were higher than the 2023, they were still 1 year, $1 million below the forecast. And I think you attributed the main reason to why the revenues were below was because of the lower than expected sale of full fare adult monthly passes. So I just want to zero on that a little bit. So I know that a full fare monthly pass is $128.75 for if we lived in a different world and people were traveling to downtown twice a day, 5 days a week, 4 times, 4 weeks per month. So pre-COVID, that would come out to just over $3.20 per fare. So right now, our commuters, who still represent a big portion of our customers, right now their option is to purchase a single fare, either by a cash transaction of $3.85, or they can load up on their Presto card at $3.80 per trip. So right now, their only options are single fare or to buy a monthly pass that there's no incentive for them to buy because that pass will expire and they will not have ever needed it to use it that much for work. We have fewer and fewer people requiring to come in. If the average customer that we are seeking is only needing to come into work 2 to 3 times per week, I think we're just going to continue bleeding $1 million per month until we present them with a viable alternative. I know Councillor Hill has spoken about alternatives. I've spoken to staff about alternatives. Is OC Transpo doing anything to investigate what might be a marketable option that we could present to commuters in between a full fare monthly pass that they have no incentive to buy or a single fare? Because if their cheapest option is a single fare, they can load up their Presto card, it'll last there forever, and every single time they need to go somewhere, they can consider either I'll use my Presto card or I'll take a bus, or I'll take an Uber, or I'll walk or bike. They have no incentive to necessarily use that single fare. Do we have any options where we can present them something in between? Whether it was an incentive campaign that was marketed specifically to public sector workers, even if something in between the full fare monthly pass and the single fare, where let's say between the difference of $3.20 or $3.80, you could, for a limited period of time, have, let's say, 25 trips loaded on a card, not as a Presto card, but something different that could expire. I'm worried that we're just going to continue losing money until we come up with some other in-between method. Is OC Transpo looking at that at all?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. As you said, Councillor Hill has brought here, I think it was a motion, and we answer to that motion, so we can continue to work on. But we know that in May we will present as well our campaign on the fare evasion. So this is something that we have on our radar, and we'll continue to see what is the problem, why we cannot achieve the goal that we're expected on the revenue versus the ridership that we have. But introducing a new fare, frankly, at this time, we don't believe it's the solution, but we have to continue to have a deep dive on it.
I think you said that one of the potential answers is to look at how to attack fare evasion. That's not what I'm concerned about. I'm more concerned about fare avoidance. So just so I understand, if we are identifying that we are losing revenue month after month because we're not selling the monthly fare pass, and I assume we're not selling it because customers realize there's less value in buying that monthly pass because they're just going to throw money away because they don't need to come to work 5 times per week. Are you saying that we're not pursuing a technological solution to something in between the two?
Can I, we had about a 2-hour discussion on this. The committee coordinator reminds me in September. And I'd encourage you to go back and watch that.
Thank you.
And I prefer not to.
Thank you.
Not to go over that again, because we
Thank
did
you.
have quite a long
Great.
debate and discussion. So pros and cons, lots of issues, but as Madame Amilcar said, they are continuing their review and will bring forward any recommendations that might help address our
All right,
concerns.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Actually, I'll go to Councillor Hill and then Councillor Lowe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. My question is just looking for a bit of an update, if we can, on the implementation plan and scheduling for the new bus route review, if that's something that could be done. Do we have a timeline when we're going to know what those new schedules are going to look like, or when that's going to start getting unrolled, if there's any updates on that?
Chair, we'll have a deep dive on that as well in May meeting. So we'll give you more info, but we have our campaign, the new Ways to Bus, which is online actually, so people can slowly, just see what that will look like. But we can come back next month with a full review.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. The reason I bring it up today is because obviously my residents are asking me about when are we going to see the frequency, and I've certainly been mentioning to a number of my folks that they're going to see the loss of a lot of their express routes, but the offset to that is they're going to have more frequency in the locals. And so it would be good to get drilled down into that at some point in the near future. And if the flash to bang between the May meeting and the actual implementation of this is only a few weeks or what have you, I would just ask to be cautious with that, because I want to make sure I give lots of time for them to have that awareness. So I will infer from that if we're going to get that information in kind of the mid-May timeframe, then we'll have a couple of months to figure that out. That's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Councillor Lowe on round 2.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. I actually want to continue on Councillor Devine's train of thought, not in the same way, but I will posit to you, just because he sparked a thought in me, I will posit to you that the choice between paying a single fare and then accidentally spending more than the value of a pass versus buying a pass and not using the full value is something to consider for a lot of passengers. And actually, if York Region Transit introduced the fare capping through Presto recently, where they've actually eliminated passes for just single fares, and then it'll stop charging them at $100 whatever dollars. So that's something I would posit to you to look at if you feel it's appropriate. I had a question about my actual question was about the revenue forecast. So we forecast a certain amount of fare revenue and ridership. And if the cause is not enough full fare products being purchased, which seems to have been the explanation for the better part of a year now, is it worthwhile to perhaps revise our forecasting or revise how you forecast, so that we're not always, we seem to always be coming in under those projections, right? So move our own goalposts so that we can say, so that we have a more accurate picture of what we can budget off of, what we can plan. Is that something that can be done or should be done?
Chair, certainly. And I think we have to review the way we calculate that as well, because those estimations are based on customers' behavior, and maybe we missed the part of this behavior. So we will need to have a deep dive on that for sure. And we can come back, but the thing is, we're trying to understand 1 million on, I don't remember how many millions we have, but we can come back on that. But definitely, we have to better understand the new way that customers are traveling.
I just want, Chair, just want to add a comment related to Councillor Lowe's previous comment about fare capping. Fare capping is in place at OC Transpo for customers who pay with O-payment, so with their credit card. So fare capping is already available to customers here.
Yeah, but my main thought around that was expanding it to Presto, like regular people, like they're not regular people who have Presto cards, which I think is the majority of our ridership now. I think it's one thing to pay with Visa, but I think and credit cards, but I think there's sometimes there is that wall between how much people trust using open payment versus Presto, because one's more closed than the other, right? I'm not suggesting anything, but I think, at least for me personally, I would probably not use my credit card just because of things, also because of a pass. So no, I appreciate that. Thank you. But I still think that's something worth looking into for Presto, because if last time the comment from Ms. Amilcar was that Presto's not doing it, but now that there is an agency doing it, I think it is worth looking at.
Chair, it's correct, and I met personally Metrolinx, and we are working with them to implement the cap with the Presto, and we'll keep you posted on that.
Excellent, great, thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Staff tell me they do have data on those frequent, or the 3 routes on frequency.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gower. So for the record, Route 12 operates every 15 minutes, but when we take into account the common section with Route 15, that's every 7.5 minutes. Route 6 operates every 15 minutes, but when we take into account the short trips to and from Rideau, it's every 7.5 minutes. And Route 2 operates every 10 minutes in the peak period and every 12 minutes in the midday. Something I'd like to also add for awareness is that these 3 routes operate on some of the most congested corridors in the city. You've got Route 12 on Montreal Road and the downtown core, Route 6 on Bank Street and the downtown core, and the Line 2 replacement bus on Bronson. So it could be that many of these cancelled trips are as a result of I guess, service realignments en route if these routes are operating late. So I think that, we might need to tackle the root cause as to why these routes are operating late and then resulting in cancellations. Within OC Transpo, we have a surge liability team that's looking at transit priority measures on these corridors. And we are tackling these corridors through improvements such as improvements to signal timing. We could be looking at bus stop consolidations rather. We're looking at the hours of use of bus lanes, and we could even extend this further to look at bus bay fill-ins on key corridors as well. So it's definitely top of mind within the planning team at OC Transpo, and we're doing our utmost working with our city partners to try and expedite routes along these corridors.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I look at it kind of taking a step back and bigger picture. In the last year, we've had a number of presentations on how OC Transpo is addressing the canceled buses and the late buses. And there's 3 major pieces to that. There's the plan around recruitment and hiring to get our operator numbers back up. There's a plan around maintenance and working to address issues there. And then there's the new route network. All of those work together, and we are seeing progress. It's maybe a slow grind, and we always wanted to move faster, but your staff is working the plan, and we are seeing the results month after month. It's getting better. So that 3rd piece, the network, is coming later this year, and hopefully we'll see that continue to improve. I wanted to ask about. So I was at the launch of the Ottawa Transit Riders Transit Challenge for 2024, which is they're encouraging councillors to take a ride with a para-transpo customer. And there's a question that came up as to what are the reasons that para-transpo trips might be late. 95% is a really good number. I don't think you could ever get to 100% because there's probably traffic, but are there some common reasons why we get beyond that 30-minute window that we guarantee? And are there ways that you can address that? Are you trying to eat away at those consistent late issues?
Yes, Chair. There are multiple reasons when it comes to paratranspos on-time performance, and a lot of it starts with the fact that the city of Ottawa is quite the large city geographically, and by the time we have some customers that might be in the west end requesting a trip to go to the east end of the city. So starting point from our garages to pick up a customer to drop them off sometimes might just be too difficult to keep it within the half an hour mark. That's when I mentioned earlier that we have certain cases where we have to find different ways to get to the customer faster. Also in the past few couple of years, there was an impact to the taxi service provider as well, where they were a little short on vehicles. However, it seems like we have recovered quite well since the pandemic, and we've been able to meet our on-time performance. So, but the main or the biggest focus right now is on our team making sure that we schedule our trips the most strategic way to make sure that we are meeting on-time performance. So a lot of times our customer service team is working with the customer on a better timeline. So, you know, if you're requesting a 3 p.m. pickup, we might sometimes ask if you wouldn't mind the 3:15. We'll honor the 3 p.m. if that's what's requested, but just changing sometimes the 15-minute schedule can get you on time more accurately.
Okay, thank you. So I know Councillor Carr has participated in the challenge. Perhaps others have as well. Maybe Councillor Troster, perhaps. Anyhow, okay. Well, encourage all councillors to get in touch with Ottawa Transit Riders, and they'll help connect you to a paratranspo customer, and it's a good chance to get a first-hand view. I'm seeing no more questions, but I had two things I wanted to wrap up with. One is next week is the UN General Assembly Sustainability Week, and Renee Amilcar is going to be presenting there on public transit and its role in sustainability. So bonne chance, Renee, and thank you for representing transit at the UN. And the other one is this Sunday, we have the annual TransSecure Awards and the Safe Driving Awards. So again, encourage my colleagues to come out and participate in that. So this TransSecure recognizes transit operators and transit staff who go above and beyond to ensure safety and security. And the Safe Driving Awards recognizes significant accident-free milestones for operators. And I was at the event last year for the first time, some very moving stories, and I'm looking forward to it on Sunday as well. Hope we'll see some of you there. Thank you, staff, for the update. Oh, we do have one more question. Councillor Menard, you're just in on time.
Thanks so much, Jared. Sorry about the delay there. I appreciate hearing the updates from staff. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions with regard to some of the playoff games that are happening. The 67s are advancing the playoffs. We've been seeing really popular PWHL games. I'm just wondering, are we planning extra service, you know, on Bank Street in particular for those 67s games, which gets packed? The arena gets full there. So you could see 9,000-10,000 people easily taking in the game at the arena. So just wondering, is there other plans to have more service during those times in those games?
So check out, we work very closely with OSEC on service to Lansdowne, and service is provided based on the anticipated attendance levels of the event. So we'll certainly make sure that service matches the numbers that are given to us by OSEC. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. And then just here on the bus rapid transit piece, we did have a brief discussion. I'm just wondering, the last time I had met with staff was on the baseline BRT. I'm wondering what the current timelines are for the anticipated build out of the baseline BRT and the Carling BRT. Those were two that were identified as essential for the network. And obviously the new hospital and all of the growth that's happening along baseline as well. So are staff able to give an update on the timing of those two BRTs in particular?
Chair, I don't have this answer today.
Okay, maybe can you follow up over email with myself, and I could share with commission if you'd like, just on the timing and what we're expected to bring in. I know there was a provincial announcement about Canada North BRT, but there's obviously a lot of other East End BRTs and other BRTs that I know we're all waiting on. And so lovely to get a kind of an update on what our planned build out and schedule is for those. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And with that, I think we can close off this item. We don't need to receive it, so thank you again to staff. So we're going to move on to item 6.1, which is the Light Rail Regulatory Monitor and Compliance Officer Annual Report for 2023. So each year, once a year, we welcome Sam Barata, who is our RMCO, and he'll be bringing us today's report. So we'll just give everyone a chance to reset and move into that item. Good morning, Mr. Barata. Welcome back to Commission. Yeah, the floor is yours when you're ready to start.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Transit Commission. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you about the 2023 annual compliance report. Membres du Comité du Transport en commun, Monsieur le Président, j'apprécie cette opportunité de vous
It's a
parler.
real pleasure for me today to present you the RMCO Annual Compliance Report for 2023.
Mr. Chair, I have some slides which should take us through the activities of monitoring in 2023. Should take about 20 minutes, and I'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards. I listened to the comments from last year and made the slides and material much simpler to look at, and the tables are certainly simplified. So I'll be happy to go through those slides unless there are any questions or comments. Alors, on peut tourner à la diapositive numéro 2.
Let's go to slide number 2. This is our table of content. This is what we would like to present you today. We will start with the RMCO background, scope, and mandate. Then we'll look at the scope, mandate, the monitoring approach. This is a very important piece of information. Then we will describe our activities as well as the findings. And you'll see that it's about the tunnel and the communication system. Then we will finish with the remedial actions to address the findings. Because we don't have much time, I might go fast on some slides, but it will be a pleasure for me to answer your questions.
Turn to slide number 3, which provides a brief overview of my background. I've been RMCO for the City of Ottawa for over 5 years. I started monitoring after revenue service in the fall of 2019. I've worked in the railway sector for over 40 years. of which 35 years was at CN Rail. And I retired from there in 2017 as Vice President of Safety and Sustainability. My experience took me across a number of operational and staff positions across Canada, including responsibility for commuter operations. And that included responsibility for safety, regulatory, auditing, monitoring, as well as safety management system, as well as safety culture. And I am a member of the Institute of Internal Auditors. We'll turn to slide number 4. So the RMCO mandate is based on the delegation agreement, which was signed between the City of Ottawa and the Minister of Transport in 2011. As you may know, this agreement provides the city with powers to regulate the Confederation line. And the delegation agreement comes with certain conditions, including to have an RMCO to give a direct line of communication to this Transit Commission and Council about the regulatory compliance findings. It also requires the city to perform triannual audits of their safety management system and security management system by an external expert, and those reports are provided to Transport Canada. Another important point is that the RMCO is independent from OC Transpo because the position reports directly to Council and provides this report to the Transit Commission annually, as well as the quarterly updates to the city manager. And the RMCO scope of work that was provided by the city is very specific. First, it's about monitoring regulatory compliance for safety and security. It covers the Confederation line only, so does not cover the Trillium line or bus operations. It encompasses OC Transpo as well as contractors. We'll see later that contractors have to implement programs that are stipulated in the project agreement, but are also in the city LRT regulations. So the one that we'll be looking at specifically today is the maintenance and rehabilitation plan, which specifies the inspections that are required for the CBTC system as well as tunnels. It's also important to point out that the RMCO started to monitor after revenue service. So the RMCO was not involved in the construction, trial running, or independent safety certification. As a final point, the RMCO is one of several layers of oversight in the city's regulatory regime because of all the reasons that I've talked about already, but I'll reiterate it. The city does hire experts such as TRA. They perform oversight. Some perform audits. The triennial audits are an example. And the city also has a substantial amount of resources. There's about 12 full-time equivalent resources that the city has performing oversight. In addition, of course, to the RMCO. So all these layers of oversight work together to support a safe and reliable operation. And one of the things I'll give you a little bit of a preamble is that, you know, in order for a operation or system to work effectively, there are many components that need to be adequate. And there's no doubt that regulatory compliance is a very important part of that, very important part of that foundation. But there's other elements like design, like quality assurance, like construction, all have to be adequate because it's like a chain with many links, of which the regulatory compliance is a very important piece. So we'll turn to slide number 5, which reviews the approach used by the RMCO. The first point is that the RMCO's regulatory monitoring activities are performed in accordance with the work plan that was approved by Council in September of 2018. This means a few things. First, that the selection of regulatory programs that are monitored is done using a risk-based approach. There's many inputs that are considered. One of them is the typical risks that are faced by commuter operation, as well as incident and accident history. We also consider oversight activities and operating experience. Second is that the monitoring is performed in a structured and transparent manner. And finally, the findings are identified using objective evidence. So we use a fact and evidence-based approach to determine the findings, which are addressed through the remedial actions process, which I'll talk about in a minute.
The other point to keep in mind is that the regulatory monitoring activities are performed relative to city LRT regulations, which I talked about earlier. And those impose specific obligations that we can see at the bottom of the slide on OC Transpo. And that is to adopt and implement the designated programs which are identified in the city LRT regulation. Second one is to provide direction and oversight to ensure that those programs are executed both internally as well as by contractors. And finally, to maintain records. It's also important to keep in mind, as I said earlier, that those programs do apply to contractors. So the maintenance and rehabilitation plan was one of those major programs that stipulates the requirements for track inspections, for instance, as well as catenary and so on. There are supplementary documents such as the asset management plan, which go into a lot of detail. But those apply to contractors because they do have contractual responsibilities. And that is part of the monitoring scope of the RMCO. We'll turn to the next slide, slide number 6. Alors, cette diapositive nous montre les deux secteurs.
On this slide, we have the areas monitors in 2023. First of all, we were monitoring the tunnel inspections. When we're talking about tunnel, people think normally about the downtown tunnel, but there are 2 other ones. And it's not only the structure of that tunnel, but we are looking at 8 different components. We will provide you with more details on that. Then at the bottom, we have 6 risk areas that we see normally in a transit system.
Is consistent with the work plan that did the research on what risks are typically experienced by commuter lines. And you can see we have, human factors, track issues, equipment issues, safety management systems, security management, as well as ERP, as well as other structures. I'm pleased to report that, since the monitoring started in the fall of 2019 after revenue service, all these 6 major risk areas have been monitored. So when we look at this year's annual compliance report, and we look at CBTC and tunnels, it's important not to look at that in isolation, but to appreciate the fact that this is a progressive monitoring process which provides visibility to the city relative to not only regulatory compliance, but also the risk in each of these areas. On va passer à la prochaine diapositive. So
Next slide.
Gives you an appreciation of the areas that have been monitored. I alluded to it a little bit earlier, but in 2019, we turned our attention to the training for the operating rules applicable both to OC Transpo operators as well as contractor employees, both RTM and Alstom. In 2020, and when you look at these, you can also think of those 6 major risk areas that are monitored progressively to give the city an appreciation of risk as well as regulatory compliance. 2020, we looked at 3 very major elements in the Confederation line: the track, the vehicles, as well as the catenary. And in 2021, we turned our attention to the security management system, as well as emergency response processes. 2022, so this shows you the nature, the approach used in the monitoring process. We revisited the track, the LRVs and the catenary because there were some gaps identified in 2020. We did notice some improvements that were made in 2022, which continue today, and I'll talk about that later. And we also looked at the security management system. We also turned our attention this year, as we could see we looked at tunnels as well as the CBTC system. And what will be monitored this year, as we do every year, we perform a risk-based analysis with all the information that we've collected so far, all those entrants that I talked about, to make a determination as to what is the most appropriate to monitor to give the city the most pinpointed and valuable information relative to risk and regulatory compliance. We'll turn to slide number 8, which shows a big picture of the activities performed by the RMCO. First, of course, is the regulatory monitoring that is performed and the reporting that is done to this Transit Commission as well as quarterly to the city manager. We also work very actively with OC Transpo and RTM and RTG and Alstom to ensure that those findings are addressed. We'll see later that there have been 48 different findings identified by the RMCO's monitoring since revenue service availability. And of those, most have been addressed. There's still some open, and I will talk about that. But this is a very important part of the process because I think we all want the reassurance, not only that the monitoring is performed and that we identify issues, but that they're also addressed in a conclusive manner. And the reporting I talked about. So that will take us to the next slide, which is about the tunnels. I alluded to the fact that there are 3 tunnels. The downtown tunnel, which is by far the biggest, 2.5 kilometers long. We also have the Saint Laurent tunnel and the tunnel that connects the main line to the MSF. Those 3 were part of the monitoring scope. When we think of tunnels, we may think of structures, but there's a lot more to it. There's ventilation systems, there's fire detection systems, there's pump and heat trace systems, escape routes are also important. All those 8 areas were part of the monitoring scope in 2023. And that takes us to slide number 10, which provides a little bit more information on the monitoring approach. So the focus, as I've said, is on OC Transpo's regulatory responsibilities. So we talked about the adoption, implementation, direction, oversight, as well as the records. But we also, of course, monitored the contractors because they are the ones who perform the lion's share of the work. So key point to make is that the project agreement was signed between the city and RTG, but RTG conveyed or dropped down the contractual requirements of the PA to RTM. And RTM subcontracted most of the work for tunnel inspections to Alstom. So the important point to keep in mind here is that most of the inspections for the tunnels, including those 8 elements, are actually performed by Alstom employees. So the monitoring was performed last summer between roughly the month of June and September. Good collaboration from all stakeholders, OC Transpo, as well as RTG and RTM and Alstom. And there were substantive submissions that were provided. So the way the process works, as we can see at the bottom left, is we review documents and records to confirm that those inspections that are stipulated in the program documents are actually performed. We also perform interviews as well as field observations to be able to perform the analysis and achieve a fact and evidence-based approach to determining the findings. And that takes us to slide number 11, which shows the findings for OC Transpo. And the next one is going to give us the findings for RTM. Again, the context is that virtually all the work for tunnel inspections is performed by Alstom through that subcontract from RTM. The only exception is the Saint Laurent tunnel structural inspection, which is performed by the city because this was a pre-existing structure. So at a high level, you can see the findings are structured in accordance with OC Transpo's regulatory responsibilities. First, with respect to adoption and implementation of the program, the finding is one of full compliance with evidence that relevant programs such as the maintenance and rehabilitation plan have been adopted by the city. There are supplementary documents that I talked about earlier, such as the asset management plan, which is really specific, tells you exactly what you need to do in order to inspect each of these components. So that's associated to the maintenance and rehabilitation plan. Second, there's clear evidence of direction, not only through the project agreement, but through contractual letters written by OC Transpo to RTG and RTM to direct them in terms of their obligations relative to executing those tunnel inspections. And third, in terms of oversight, we've talked about this in previous reports, but OC Transpo has quite a substantive oversight plan, as well as specific oversight schedules, which are developed at the beginning of every year and updated quarterly. And as I said, roughly 12 full-time equivalent resources performing oversight, specifically identifying in those schedules, the tunnels and the CBTC that we're going to see later. So overall, positive findings for OC Transpo relative to their regulatory obligations. And that takes us to slide number 12. We can see the findings here for RTM. So the first point to make is that for contractors, we use the term conformant rather than compliant because they have contractual responsibilities rather than regulatory responsibilities. But there is a link between the two, and that is those program documents, because those program documents that are specifically identified in the city LRT regulations are also mirrored in the project agreement. So the programs that RTG, RTM, and Alstom have to execute are consistent with the project agreement as well as the city LRT regulations. So in summary, there's 10 elements that were monitored, and we see 5 that were conformant, while 5 were mostly conformant. So at a high level, the first thing to say is that these findings show an improvement relative to previous years. So there is a general improvement in terms of the execution of those obligations to perform inspections on each of those components. And in terms of direction, I talked about that, it's exceedingly important to have clear direction and provide clear expectations to the people performing those inspections. And there are 19 specific procedures that direct the people that perform those inspections to perform them in a specific manner, including how, as well as how frequently. And those procedures are based on the original equipment manufacturer recommendations and manuals. With respect to implementation, again, there's 3 tunnels, which were 3 components, I should say, which were fully conformant, meaning that all of the required inspections, 100% of those required inspections were performed, whereas there were 5 components which were mostly conformant. And what that means in effect is that about 90% or so, it varies on depending on the component, but on an aggregate level, about 90% range is the execution level for the remaining 5 components. With respect to oversight, that was conformant on the basis of the structured audits that are performed by RTM. They do have people performing audits that not only confirm that inspections were done by Alstom, but they also look at other elements such as training. So they're conformant there. We'll turn to slide 13, which is about the communication-based train control system. First point I'll make is that, the CBTC system is a safety critical system. It is very important because it controls train movements and mitigates many hazards that other commuter lines face. So not every commuter line has a CBTC system, and it controls, if you were to look at the TSB watch list, which of course investigates not only freight, but also passenger and some commuter operations, annually they update something called the TSB watch list, which is the issues in their judgment that have the biggest impact in terms of safety on Canadians. And then there you'll find things like operators complying with signal indications. You're going to find overspeeds. You're going to find uncontrolled movements. All of these risks, hazards are mitigated by the CBTC system. So definitely a good decision by the city to invest in a CBTC system to mitigate the most common issues that are found in transportation business in general, but certainly in the railway environment, including commuter service. So the other point to make is that the CBTC system is manufactured by Thales, a company called Thales. However, the inspections are performed mostly by Alstom, so under subcontract from RTG, RTM. And again, as I said earlier, the project agreement has very specific requirements relative to the CBTC system in there. There's schedules, 15.2 as an example, which specifies what the expectations are for the communication-based train control system. So the monitoring was performed last fall. Again, very good collaboration from all stakeholders. It was completed, in the month of November, end of November, early December. And again, very substantive submissions when we talk about the collaboration. You know, the RMCO has to engage all the parties, OC Transpo and RTM, because there's a structure through the procedures that to perform the monitoring, but there's also resources that are required to provide those documents and records that are requested, as well as the interviews and the field observations. So overall, good collaboration and over 900 documents that were submitted and reviewed to achieve this fact and evidence-based assessment of the findings. So we'll turn to slide number 14, which shows the findings for the CBTC inspections for OC Transpo. Again, structured among those 5 regulatory responsibilities. We can see full compliance in the areas of program adoption, direction, and records. The area of oversight was mostly compliant, and we'll turn to the next slide to explain why. So the first point is that, and I mentioned earlier, a very substantive oversight plan by OC Transpo with specific schedules and significant resources. However, the monitoring found that OC Transpo is not monitoring the training of those employees that are performing the CBTC inspections. They're called S&C technicians. And there's also a conformance issue that was found by the RMCO in the review of the training records for those S&C technicians, and we'll talk about that later. The main point is that OC Transpo has agreed with this finding, and they've already taken action this year to monitor that area and to ensure that, you know, there is coverage among the different crafts over time. That takes us to slides 16 and 17. So 16 at a high level, this is the conformance findings for RTM relative to the CBTC system. The area of direction is conformant because, again, there's program documents, there's also procedures. There's 7 types of CBTC components, of which we can see at the bottom of the slide, there's 23 different procedures that are written that provide clear direction and expectations for those people performing those inspections, including how to perform them, how to prepare for them, how frequently, how to record it. So very clear direction in terms of those procedures. In terms of the execution level, we have of the 7 types of CBTC components which were monitored, and each has that specific procedure. We can see that 6 out of the 7 inspection types were found to be mostly conformant. And what that means again is that the execution level for the one that was conformant obviously is 100%, but for those that were mostly conformant, they tend to be in the 90% range. And we'll talk about the actions being taken to take that to full conformance. So again, an improvement in terms of the conformance levels found this year versus previous year. With respect to training, that was partially conformant. So we looked at that specific time period, which was, you know, we monitored it last fall, so the fall of 2023, but the period of time being monitored was the full year of 2022, as well as the first half of 2020. So a significant time frame to review records to confirm that those required inspections indicated, specified in those program documents were actually being done. But we also looked at training to make sure that the employees performing the work had the necessary skills to be able to perform that work safely and effectively. And we found partial compliance in that regard. We'll talk about that later through the remedial actions process. There's been a tremendous amount of focus on there. For every finding, OC Transpo requests remedial actions from RTG and RTM. There is progress on this one. The latest update that I've seen shows that of all the employees that are performing this type of work, only 1 employee was missing 1 mandatory course as compared to the partial compliance, which is a much more mixed picture. So partial conformance there, we looked at the software updates, which was conformant, and finally oversight, which was conformant again because of the audits that are performed by RTM on the work done by Alstom. And that takes us to slide number 17, which provides more of the granularity and what we've discussed. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but you can see that the frequencies range between, daily inspections for certain CBTC components. Some are weekly, some are monthly, some are annual, some are every 6 months. So a very good breadth of inspections that monitors the condition of those components and ensures that appropriate action is taken when findings are identified. We'll turn to the next slide, number 18, which is the very important process, the remedial actions process. As I mentioned, it's exceedingly important that the findings that are identified are addressed effectively. For every finding that the RMCO finds, OC Transpo requests formally a remedial action from RTG and RTM. There's actually a process map that was put together that identifies the timelines for each of those activities, when the remedial action plan needs to be submitted and when the implementation of those remedial actions needs to be completed. And the resolution of those remedial actions is driven very actively. I talked about the contractual letters that are written by OC Transpo. There's also regular meetings that take place involving the RMCO, OC Transpo, RTM. Alstom is in some of those meetings as well. But we review every one of those findings, discuss their remedial actions, and get some information in terms of the progress as well as the estimated completion dates. So when we look at the overall picture, as I mentioned earlier, 48 different findings by the RMCO since revenue service inception, since the monitoring started in the fall of 2019. 39 are now closed. So it's a little bit better than what you see in the annual compliance report because the progress continues up to today. Of the 9 items that remain open, 2 relate to training, 3 relate to inspections of track, LRV, and catenary. 1 relates to the security management system, defense intrusion detection system specifically, and 3 relate to the most recent round of monitoring, the CBTC, as well as tunnel inspections. So the point to keep in mind here, you may ask, well, why is it taking so long for these items to be addressed? The first point I'll make is the collaboration is good. Everybody's working really hard to address these. We get updates from RTM and RTG every week or every 2 weeks. We meet them regularly. The goodwill is there, no doubt. So, when we look at the nature of these issues, closure is actually very challenging because if we think of inspections, the bar is very high. We're looking for 100% conformance. We want all those inspections that are specified in those programs to be executed. So, and we see that we get some of that for certain components, but we also have some that are in the 90s. So to take it from the 90s to the 100% level is challenging because of the variations in operation. You have extreme weather events, you have unplanned events. That's the challenge. That's the discussion that's taking place right now. And we also want to ensure that if an inspection is either missed or is later than the allowable time frame, that it goes through what they call a concession management process, which means that the risk is assessed and that the appropriate disposition is taken to mitigate the risk. So there is progress. And I think the good news for everybody to keep in mind here is that the process used by all parties is diligent. It's not just to check the box. We find the item and we close it. We don't close an item until we have conclusive resolution that is demonstrated through objective evidence. So what does the overall table, next slide, shows you where we are. We can see the 48 findings since the revenue service inception, 39 closed, and the ones that are highlighted in yellow are the ones that remain open that I just talked about earlier. And that brings us to the last slide, which summarizes what we've discussed. So following this meeting and the City Council meeting of April 17, the plan would be for the RMCO to continue progressing with the monitoring, starting with the risk-based selection of which major areas of risk to monitor in 2024. and then subsequently to perform the monitoring and to continue with the reporting as we've seen earlier. I appreciate everyone's attention, Mr. Chair. I welcome any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam, for that overview. I anticipate there will be a few questions. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you to the OC Transpo team and to the city manager's office. I know that this is a collaborative effort to look at the regulatory component to ensure that we're safe. There are a couple of points that you made that I'm gonna dwell on a little bit. I'm gonna start though by, I think addressing that everybody around this table wants to ensure that we have the safest train system that we could possibly have. And we need to get there through having good oversight, through good operations, good maintenance, good procurements, good regular collaboration and engagement on this. And just to give you full transparency, and this will probably become more apparent in a moment, I'm not convinced right now that our framework is the best that it could be. And that's not necessarily a condemnation, but it's just a comment that as we evolve and mature since 2011, since 2015, since the legislative agreements were made that set this framework up, that perhaps we have some room to mature even further because we do have a track record of some safety issues. We have had a procurement system for this LRT that arguably wasn't as successful as it could have been. We've had 2 derailments, 2021, for a variety of reasons, which caused an inquiry. And certainly from my perspective of oversight, it's in no way, shape, or form a desire of mine to be a part of this board when we look at potentially having to do another inquiry. So I do take this extremely seriously. I understand the importance of independence, and you referred to independence, but I just want to clarify how you see your role as independent in that you report to the city manager. The city manager is designing the operations that essentially you're gonna move out on, and city council gave you marching orders in 2018 to say these are the things that we want you to do compliance on. So it doesn't seem as independent as it could be if you're getting direction from management and council from the city on the safety programming that you're going to look at regulatory compliance for, as opposed to looking at technical specifications, industry best standards, federal policies, and applying the standards from those external institutions so that we don't run into a groupthink situation and we're simply self-adjudicating ourselves.
Appreciate the question. Mr. Chair, I need to provide a little bit of context first. And first point I'll make is that the RMCO's role is not to assess the regulatory regime of the city. Having said that, I will provide you with my appreciation, context based on my 40 years plus in the industry. And I alluded to it earlier that in order for things to go right in terms of a safe and reliable operation, bearing in mind, again, that the city, I think, has made some very good decisions to mitigate those risks that you find in TSP watch list and the other commuter lines face. So CBTC is one. Another good decision is there's no grade crossings. That's one that you see very high up there in terms of the TSP watch list. But having said that, the things that need to go right for an operation to be firing on all pistons, so to speak, and to run safely and reliably requires that the design be right, requires that the regulatory compliance in terms of those inspections be done correctly, requires ongoing focus on quality assurance and training. The analogy would be like if you take your vehicle to the garage every 12,000 kilometers to do your oil change and to do your specified inspections, that would be the analogy to the regulatory inspections. But that's not enough, because if you have a bearing issue from the design of the vehicle manufacturer, That's got to be addressed. So that's a separate issue. So we need to distinguish how design issues need to be addressed. And if you alluded to the federal regulations model, I've worked in that for 40 years. I can tell you that the way these design issues are addressed, and I've seen many in my career, is first that the TSB would investigate. So the TSB is the federal body that performs comprehensive independent investigations. The city does have an agreement with the Transportation Safety Board. They have investigated this bearing issue. The second thing that would happen is that the regulator, Transport Canada, in the analogy of the federal model, would request from the operator, so the city, as well as the designer, in this case, it's Alstom and RTG through subcontracts, to fix the problem, to address the bearing issue conclusively. And in the meantime, until that bearing issue is addressed conclusively, to undertake interim mitigations to ensure that the risk is brought down to an acceptable level. That's also been done in the city, in that the OC Transpo has been engaging, to my best knowledge, with, and we're going to get an update on this the next meeting, with RTG, RTM, as well as Alstom, in finding a permanent solution to the bearing. It's very complex, very technical. You may argue about how long it's taking, but it is a very complex issue. But nevertheless, there are interim mitigations being taken in that the frequency of inspections of those bogies and those bearings is now much more frequent than the normal schedule indicated in the program. So we need to distinguish the bearing issue as a design issue, but I'll give you also my perspective on the regulatory framework relative to the layers of oversight. We've talked about the fact that there are many layers of oversight. It's not only about OC Transpo, it's about the RMCO performing independent. And when we talk about independent, the line of reporting is to council, with a sideways line to the city manager in terms of the quarterly reports. But the direct line of reporting is to council. And this is why I'm here presenting the annual compliance report to Transit Commission. We talked about the fact that the work done by the RMCO is based on objective evidence. It's about documents and records. It's about interviews. It's about field observations that we can achieve a fact and evidence-based determination. So in a nutshell, I think we could say that I appreciate the concern about the bearings, and it needs to be resolved. And we're going to get an update. This Transit Commission is going to get an update in the May meeting from what I saw earlier. But those other elements, the regulatory compliance, those inspections need to take place. And we're seeing progress there, and we're closing the gap. But the other elements, such as quality assurance, also need to be driven very actively by all the stakeholders. If we look at the bearing, for instance, the initial derailment was because the bearing itself failed. If you read the TSB report, they talk about a bearing design that was taken from a previous vehicle that wasn't subject to the same load environment that is now subject to a higher load environment. That's got to be addressed. But the second derailment related to that was actually more of a quality assurance issue, where there were some loose bolts that were left. It's almost as if you go bring your vehicle to the garage, again, the analogy, and you change your tires, and then you have a mishap later because the bolts weren't tightened properly. So, the point I'm trying to make is you got to look at the full spectrum of issues, from design to inspections to workmanship. All of them have to go right. And that but I can tell you from my experience in terms of the regulatory regime model, the many layers of oversight that are present in the Confederation line are very substantial, and they do provide perspective, because it's not only about OC Transpo and the RMCO, but also external experts that perform audits of the SMS and SEMS that are also sent to Transport Canada for review.
No, thank you for that, Sam. You referred to some good decisions that the city made vis-a-vis the safety options. You cited, having no grade crossings and the collaboration and the CBTC process. I'm not going to dispute that. But I would say when it comes to a serious safety related issue, or I would call it regulatory framework issue, is it appropriate for the entity, the corporation that's going to be operating and maintaining that system to be the one deciding, making that good decision? As a councillor in a ward where we have multiple at-grade crossings, I agree with that. I'm also well aware we've had accidents at several of those at-grade crossings. So I don't dispute the logic and the good decision behind management and executive leadership to say we shouldn't, for example, have at-grade crossings. My challenge is, why is that not simply regulation that we are being compliant with, so that we don't have to potentially make a bad decision, as perhaps we've seen in the past when we look at our light rail journey?
I think to answer that question, we would need to ask, does the regulatory regime have the necessary mechanisms to bring resolution to design issues? Because I think from just a pure oversight point of view, we agree that making sure that your inspections are done is not going to fix your design issue. That's like the vehicle again. You bring in your vehicle, you do your 12Ks. It's not going to fix the design issue. So are the mechanisms in place, and are the actions that were taken in the Confederation line consistent with what would be done in a federally regulated model to address the issue? And as I said, if this kind of issue would happen in a federally regulated model, we would need to get impartial, objective, comprehensive investigation to know what happened. So that was done by the Transportation Safety Board. It's a federal agency, and I know them very well. They're very, very capable people. They have laboratories, they're, material testing. They reviewed this and they did provide some letters about their findings. And then the regulator, and the city is the regulator relative to the Confederation line, and the highest ranking officer of the city is the city manager. So the city manager would need to ensure that all the parties are engaged to find a resolution to this bearing issue. So what has happened at the Confederation line is, with the engagement of the city manager to ensure that OC Transpo is working closely with the contractors and the designer, in the same way that Transport Canada would work with the operator, as well as the manufacturer, the designer of the bearing, to ensure that there's a process in place to do two things. One of them is finding a definitive solution to the bearing design issue. And the second one is what we do in the meantime to ensure that there are interim mitigations that bring down the risk to an acceptable level. So that was done again in the Confederation line. So we see that if we question the efficacy, the effectiveness of the regulatory regime and want to compare it to how things would be done in a federally regulated model, we see that it would be done basically the same way. Again, I do understand the concern, because bearings are a very important element, and we need to bring that to a resolution as quickly as we can, because all those components, design being one of them, regulatory compliance being another, quality assurance being another, it's like a chain with many links, and all of those links need to do their job. So you can have a link that's really solid, but if you have an issue with the bearing from a design perspective, and everything I've read indicates that that's what the issue is, that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Sam. You've spoken a couple times now about the differentiation between design and the regulatory compliance component. I think there's perhaps a case study here that could be looked at with regard to the rail retaining rails. In 2020 and in 2022, your office did look at tracks. At that time, I'm assuming the acceptable technical specification for the distance from the retaining rail from the actual rail face was 3 millimeters. we've now identified through an assessment that that could potentially have been one of the factors that's caused stress to these wheel assembly hubs. So that is a design issue, which either we did not build it to the proper technical specifications at the time at 3 millimeters and it should have been 5, or we caught something that was causing a problem and now it is within specifications, but certainly that is a design issue that has gone through 2 iterations of a regulatory compliance assessment and was not picked up.
Right, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, the RMCO's scope of work is to confirm that the inspections that are required in the program documents are performed. So the inspections that were monitored in 2020 for the track and for the LRVs and the catenary, as a matter of fact, showed that there was some partial compliance in some areas, mostly compliance, and as it was a mixed picture. 2022, there was a little bit of an improvement, but I'll make the point again, you can perform your inspections in accordance with your program requirements, but if there's an inherent design issue, that's got to be addressed separately. So when we get to the bearing, I know that there is a discussion right now about the impact of those lateral forces. I cannot speak to the validity of that or the relative importance of that. One thing we know for sure is that we need a stronger bearing in order to ensure that it handles the curves and the distance between guardrails and rail in the Confederation line, and this is in progress right now. The other concern, of course, is what do we do in the meantime? And that's where those interim mitigations are so important, where the inspections for those components has been shortened, increased substantially to ensure that we have visibility so that when something starts to go wrong, that an action is taken immediately to prevent the mishap from happening.
Do you have that flexibility? So I know you'd mentioned that in 2018, your work plan was identified. It was given to you by council. You're moving through that kind of on a key piece by piece basis to do the quality assurance on those specific topics. But if you were, for example, to say, I am concerned about the bearing, I'm concerned about the new design and how that applies to safety specifications, could you then say in 2024, we're actually going to shift focus onto looking at the new pinned collar wheel assembly hubs that are going to be coming out shortly? Is that something that you have the flexibility to do, that you would come back to us or that you can adjust, or are you locked in on your programming?
Also, short answer is that the RMCO does not get into the investigation or technical solution to a design issue. There's experts that are hired for that. The city's working very closely with RTG as well as Alstom was the designer to find a solution. The flexibility that the RMCO has comes through the risk-based analysis, so that the risk-based analysis that is performed at the beginning of every year and then revisited in the middle of the year is to determine which are the areas which are most at issue, which are critical for the city to understand risk and compliance. And that's how those areas are determined in terms of, the areas to be monitored. Having said that, once again, if we were to look at LRVs today and we were to identify which of the inspections in the regime of inspections of LRV, so there's 10K inspections, 25K inspections, 30K inspections, 50K inspections, you may find that the bogies are inspected in a couple of those specific inspection requirements. However, it comes back to the analogy that even if you bring your vehicle in every 12K, but it fails in between because there's something wrong with the bearing, because that 12K inspection is designed to capture normal wear and tear. It's not designed to capture internal design issues. And that's where the question I think that is most relevant is, does the city's regulatory regime have the mechanisms in place to address those issues and bring them to a resolution effectively while protecting risk in the interim? And from what I see, the layers of oversight are there. Design issues being addressed in a very, very similar way to how it would be addressed in a federally regulated regime. TSB investigating, and then the regulator requesting that the issue engagement of the operator as well as the design.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if this is for you or perhaps for the city manager, but I'm interested to understand how is the function that you're providing being mutually supported on the Trillium line? Because I understand that that's outside of scope for your office.
That is correct. The delegation agreement applies specifically to the Confederation line. Why does it apply specifically to the Confederation line? Because the Confederation line is very different from the Trillium line. You have an electric train system versus a diesel electric. You have light rail versus what could be categorized as heavy rail. You have a CBTC system in the Confederation line. You've got another type of system, not quite as robust, but there is a system in there. So it boiled down to the expertise of Transport Canada and the very, very specific technical requirements of the Confederation line, which Transport Canada, quite frankly, said themselves they were not equipped to be able to regulate and monitor and audit. And this is where the delegation agreement came in. But bear again in mind, delegation agreement did come with some strings attached. And the strings attached that it's just not self-regulation, because it's not only OC Transpo doing monitoring. You've got an RMCO, which reports to council and provides this transit commissioner report. You've got independent experts that are hired periodically, including the triannual audit of the safety management system and the security management system, which is, by the way, not only performed by an independent expert, but also provided to Transport Canada for review.
Thank you. My last question, a fairly specific one to your report. I just want to confirm, when I read your report on page 25, you referred to WMS 004. I don't know what that means, but you indicated that was non-conformant. And that's the only piece in the report that I saw that actually spoke to something that was non-conformant. Can you confirm what that refers to and what that means?
Yeah, certainly. So when I talked about the fact that there is a lot of specificity relative to the inspections required for both tunnels and CBTC, I also mentioned that the direction was conformant. What that means is that there are procedures. So the WMS is a procedure, and it is a procedure. There is 19 procedures for tunnels and 23, if I remember correctly, the numbers. And each of them specifies how to prepare to perform inspections, how to perform them, as well as how frequently to perform them, and then to record them. So those inspections do reflect the requirements of both the project agreement as well as the original equipment manufacturer recommendations. So what the monitoring process consists of is confirming that the frequency of inspections stipulated in that WMS procedure is actually executed through objective evidence visible through the records. So what I looked for was, if it says it's a weekly inspection and I monitored an 18-month period, there had to be 52 plus 26 of those inspections that would be done weekly, and records for all of those to confirm that it was done. So if it was not conformant, it means that it was below a 50% mark in terms of the execution of those inspections. So generally speaking, you know, there's the not conformant, there's the partially conformant, there's the mostly conformant. The threshold to go from not conformant to partially is a 50%. And then to go from the partially to the mostly is 80%. And then from 80, of course, to fully conformant, you need to be right up there at 100%.
Okay, but I guess just to be clear in my mind, are you familiar with that specific item that you identified as non-conformant, and if that's problematic? Because I don't understand what WMS 004 means, and it identifies that it was non-conformant. That's the only item in your report that I saw that indicated anything was non-conformant, and so I just wanted to understand what that specifically was, so that if there's a need to refer that to management, we can do that.
Yeah, certainly. So I'm looking at the report right here, page 25.
Page 25, second line,
Right.
number 3.
So the WMS 004 relates to the fire detection and suppression system, and it is an inspection that is required every 3 months.
So the implication there is that it hadn't happened every 3 months consistently.
Exactly, that it was below the 50% threshold to achieve that partially compliant. So not conformant means that it's below 50%.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to nitpick on little things that you had said earlier. Trillium lines diesel only. Anyway, so is it fair to assume that the Trillium line's not in your scope because it's a completely, you had already mentioned this, it's completely different technology, but also because the regulation behind it is also different. Like the Trillium line is technically still a mainline railway, whereas the Confederation line is the Confederation line.
Yeah, as I've mentioned, Transport Canada does regulate federally regulated companies, so companies that operate over more than one province typically. For instance, when I was at CN, I was responsible for the commuter lines in the Montreal area under the jurisdiction of Transport Canada because CN is a federally regulated company. They were heavy rail, diesel electric. And there was one that was converted to fully electric, but it still remained heavy rail. Here we have a very unique technology, including the CBTC system, including the Alstom vehicles that are fairly light, that are such that Transport Canada does not have the expertise to be able to regulate it or to monitor and audit it. And this is where that's the genesis of the delegation agreement.
Thank you. As the Confederation line grows, and I think we're still a few years away from it, but as the Confederation line grows, do you or does OC Transpo staff foresee a need for additional resources or anything to supplement the work that you're doing now because the line's going to be so much longer?
I would say that first that the scope of stage 2 would be included in the RMCO's responsibilities. With respect to the workload, we're going to have to reevaluate at that point. My initial impression is that, there's going to be more records for sure. There's going to be the documents, the specificity on how to perform track inspections is not going to change. How to perform catenary inspection is not going to change. You're going to have more records to look through. So we're going to have to reevaluate when the time comes. So there's going to be some areas which will represent more work, others which should be the same.
Thank you. And as for the Saint Laurent Tunnel being in the city scope and not in the RMCO scope, do you see that as any, do you see that as a gap at all, or are you more or less comfortable with the current arrangement?
Well, the reason, my best understanding, and the city can feel free to comment on this, is that the reason why the Saint Laurent Tunnel remained under the responsibility of the city to perform structural inspection. This is a structural part, right? And those are biannual, every 2 years on the Ontario Structures Inspection Manual, because it's a pre-existing structure. It's a structure that was there before. It was subject to significant rehabilitation work, when the bus stations were redone. So, from a pure sort of rationalization perspective, it makes sense to me that it was under the city's responsibility before. Continuing work planned in the future with this rehabilitation that was done, so the city would continue to look after it. So yeah, it makes sense from my perspective.
So you don't see it as a gap at all? Okay, sorry.
Chair, if you don't mind, I know that Sue Jones from Infrastructure Services is online. Maybe if she wants to comment, feel free, please.
Nate Scullabers here on behalf of Sue, and I agree exactly with the words that the RMCO spoke. The structure was a pre-existing structure. It was built in 1987, so it's around 37 years old. We have in the last few years completed some significant structural rehabilitation on the deck platform on the bus loop. And as such, and continue to perform inspections as well through the OSIM requirements on the structure with one planned this year in 2024.
Thanks, Scott. It's funny to see you back here. But you don't see that as a gap, though. You're satisfied with.
Well, I mean, what would any party that is responsible to perform the structural inspection simply means that you have to allocate the appropriate resources in terms of technical capability and as well the capacity to perform the work. And there's no indication to me that the city doesn't have the technical resources or capacity to perform that work.
Okay, no, that's good to know. The last thing is more of a clarification for myself and perhaps my colleagues here. The use of conformant versus compliant. You had stated that conformant is used, and I saw that conformant is used for subcontractors, whereas compliant, I think generally applies to RTM, RTG in there. So is it safe to say that conformant means that it's conformant to the contract agreement? And then furthermore, is it safe to say that the contract agreements typically are based on actual regulations where there would be a level of compliance?
All right, very good question. Thank you. Mr. Chair, so to provide some context, the project agreement provided a great deal of detail as to how each of those major components that make up the Confederation line would be not only constructed, but also maintained. Subsequent to that, there were experts that were hired to develop specific programs. How would the track be maintained? How would the catenary be maintained? Those became formal programs that made their way into the city LRT regulations, but also are something that the contractors are accountable to deliver through the project agreement. So the contractors are accountable to deliver sort of, it's like an umbrella type structure where the project agreement provides you the big picture, but the details are in those programs that were developed by those experts that were adopted by the city, integrated into the city LRT regulations, and that are now part of the responsibilities of those contractors and subcontractors.
Okay, that makes sense. It's pretty good for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your report. I think the thing that's on my mind, and I may be ruled out of order, but I want to know how this is going to apply to stage 2. And we're building a whole city around our train network. We're seeing buildings being built beside the system. It has to be absolutely reliable. This is what we're dealing with right now. We're going to have more tunnels, different kinds of tunnels in the new project. We've got the cut and cover tunnels, and we've got full-blown tunnels all through Bayward. I think people need to hear with confidence that's the thing that has to be solidified, is the confidence that this will apply and go further on stage 2. So you can respond to that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, I will go back to the comment I made earlier in that the scope of the RMCO is to confirm that the requirements of those program documents are executed so that I can report back to this Transit Commission as to whether the regulatory compliance piece and conformance piece is where it needs to be. We must bear in mind, though, that that is just one of those elements. When we talk about for our personal vehicles to run properly, they've got to be designed, maintained right. And then when we go to a garage, the work has to be done with the right level of quality assurance. So the same principles will will apply. I will let the city speak to this, but certainly from a regulatory compliance point of view, the structure, the risk-based analysis, the fact and evidence-based approach to determination of findings will be the same. In terms of most would remain the same. So how we inspect track should be the same basically in the stage 1 versus stage 2. The vehicles, of course, are being looked at from a design perspective to ensure that when we introduce vehicles in stage 2, that bearing issue is addressed. And of course, that same level of focus and a higher level of focus even needs to continue being exercised relative to the execution of the work, not only in terms of ensuring that it's done, but relative to also the quality assurance piece and the workmanship. And this is something that, you know, RTM monitors the work that Alstom does. Alstom has their own processes. OC Transpo performs oversight on all those particular aspects. Experts such as TRA, among others, that are hired to give us a different set of eyes and perspective to make sure that that work is done appropriately. But I guess from at a high level, we can look at regulatory compliance and you know, be satisfied that there's progress and that we intend on closing the gaps and that those improvements are going to be supportive in terms of a safe and reliable operation on stage 2. But all those other components that I talked about also need to be firing on all pistons.
Thank you. What are the lessons learned that we can apply to stage 2?
Thank you. So good question. You know, when we look at the learnings and I can only speak again from the perspective of the RMCO, because as I've mentioned in the beginning, the RMCO doesn't assess either the programs or their adequacy or sufficiency. But, you know, there are many things that have been done to make the operation more reliable and to reduce the risk profile. So for instance, if we think of the security, and I'm relating it to the work done by the RMCO. So when the RMCO monitored the security management system, we found that the employee security verifications were not being done in accordance with the requirements of the project agreement. That's being done right now. That's resolved. So really all those 48 remedial actions that we saw earlier and the 39 that are fully closed and the other 9 that we're working on to take from sort of the 90% level to the full closure are all going to be supportive. We can think also of the emergency response plans, which the city had implemented their part, the contractors had implemented part of their emergency response requirements. They've since then acted upon that and closed that gap. You know, as long as nothing happens, we probably will not hear about it, but if something happens, we need to be ready. So that emergency response plan has been developed and the readiness level is where it needs to be. So I think that all those mechanisms that we talk about when we look at the remedial actions are going to be supportive and are going to be lessons learned that help us have a stage 2 that is more reliable. The bearing issue, I talked about, it needs to be resolved. But one of the issues that is being worked on right now is relative to the visibility of the regulatory compliance, which is a pretty manually labor-intensive process right now. People like myself and OC Transpo's oversight team look at a specific period of time. They look at records, they compile them, and they make a determination where the inspection is done or not. There is an initiative right now to mechanize that, to have an information system provide reporting that'll give us more visibility. It's a big job. It's going to be done progressively, but this is something, again, that should be supportive.
Thank you. The one thing that you referred to as being the, you know, unexpected is extreme weather. And extreme weather, we can predict it's going to happen again. And with climate change, we're seeing more extremes. And we're going to have a bigger system that's the city's going to depend on even more. How are we preparing for that? It seems to be just not quite under the regulations. And we have to tackle it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And again, the RMCO is really not tasked with responding to how we handle extreme weather events, but I'll give you my perspective. And that is the fact that there are actions that have been taken around how to start operating ahead of extreme weather to make sure that the catenary remains clear, for instance. That I think will be beneficial as part of the learning curve of any new system. So those processes will help. I know that OC Transpo has also worked very closely relative to the catenary and the accumulation of humidity and ice near the Rideau River, among other locations. So that will be supportive as well. So, having said that, I've worked in the transportation business for 42 years, and we've got to manage expectations in the sense that we don't have a metro system that's underground. When you have a big snowstorm or freezing rain, to expect to be totally impermeable to that, totally unaffected by that, is probably not reasonable. So I think there are many things that can be done to bring the level of performance as high as can be. Mitigating those issues ahead of time will help, but to expect 100% when you have a snowstorm or a freezing rainstorm would be extremely challenging.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think we have strayed a little bit from the report in front of us. So just ask committee members and councillors to, if we can, because it's a long meeting, stay focused on the report. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I will try to stay focused on that report, mostly around the Sailor Island Tunnel inspections, but just on, obviously these things are related. And given the role that the oversight role here, it's important that we get the lessons right for stage 2, obviously. And so I guess just on that one point, my one question may be a little bit outside, but on stage 1, when we launched the train system, just given that we had several derailments that occurred fairly quickly after that launch, was the system safe to launch? The stage 1 Confederation line, was that a system that was safe to launch at that time?
Not sure if our RMCO is qualified to answer, but I'll let you address that if you'd like, Sam.
Mr. Chair, this is a question I think that's been deliberated for a number of years, discussed at the provincial inquiry, deliberated internally as well. I cannot answer that specifically. I know that the city exercised a great deal of diligence in terms of hiring experts to make sure that the line was ready. But having said that, I talked about managing expectations earlier. Whenever you have a new operation, we need to understand, anticipate that there will be growing pains, that there's going to be some issues that we need to deal with. There's the learning curve from the employee side. We may discover things on the equipment side and process side that we hadn't fully anticipated until we see them under those extreme conditions. The key is to be able to deal with them in a conclusive and effective manner, and to ensure that those learnings are actually applied as you learn from those and go forward to the next step. So that's all I can say at this point. But, clearly there's been some issues. I think some have been dealt with. Others, like the bearing, is in the process of being dealt with. But, there's going to be some growing pains. The extent of how many issues you're going to have and how long it's going to last is something that I really can't comment about, other than to say that it's a function of, how much of those technologies are new and validated. And when it comes to the integration of all those elements, there's going to be some learnings in there as well.
Okay, thanks for that, Chair. I know it's a bit outside of the topic, so I'll get on the topic here, but obviously we want to make sure with stage 2 that we're being as safe as possible. I think unequivocally the Line 1 launch, it was not a safe situation because we had derailments that occurred shortly after. Regarding the Sailor Island Tunnel inspections, after the rehabilitation work on the tunnels, a walkthrough of the tunnel was done in 2023. Would a walkthrough be as exhaustive an investigation as the planned inspection?
Thank you for the question. So, Mr. Chair, again, we need perspective about the RMCO's work and that the RMCO is going to collect objective evidence through documents and records to confirm that inspections were done. There's going to be interviews as well as a field observation to corroborate all the information to make sure that it is consistent. But the RMCO does not perform a technical inspection of the tunnel. Through that was done was part of the process that the RMCO uses to review the facilities at a high level, to talk to the individuals involved in the inspection work. But I want to reiterate the fact that it was not a technical inspection.
Okay, thank you for that. In 2022, there was a decision to delay the inspections for 3 of the 4 Saint Laurent tunnel structures. And I'm wondering, I guess it's because of MTO policy that was occurring in terms of a rehabilitation going on, but I'm wondering what the exact reason might have been and why we didn't go back in 2023 and inspect those three tunnel structures.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the RMCO identifies what the inspection requirements are from those programs and applicable regulations. In this particular case, the OSIM inspections are applicable, meaning that you need a structural inspection every 2 years. Indeed, there are 4 structures that make up the Saint Laurent Tunnel, 4 distinct structures. The 2020 saw inspections for all those structures. However, there wasn't objective evidence. When we talk about using a fact and evidence-based approach to making a determination, we did not find any objective evidence corroborating that inspections were done on 3 of those 4 structures in 2022. Now, there is in the provincial regulations, in the OSIM, a mechanism for deferring an inspection. The decision would have to be made by the organization's senior structural engineer. So the RMCO verified whether that took place. We did find the records to substantiate that was deferred for 3 of those 4 structures in 2022. It took place when there was major rehabilitation work. So the notion, the logic behind it is that you have many experts that are, walking in that area, that are seeing what's going on and that are able to identify any potential issues. That's sort of the logic behind it. And my understanding is that the inspections for 3 of those 4 structures were deferred to this year. So we should be seeing the structural inspections for all those 4 structures in 2024.
Okay, in January, we had pieces of concrete separate from the main slab, causing debris to fall along the track at Saint Laurent. Did the separation occur in the structure that was inspected, or was it in one of the 3 that weren't inspected at the time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will turn it over to the city's asset management branch to comment on that. And we did hear from them earlier, so we'll turn it over to them at this point.
Thank you for the question, Chair. The area that the concrete delamination was found that was later scaled off was in an area where the OSIM inspection had been skipped related to the construction activities that were taking place on the structure through 2022 and finishing late 2023. We are working currently with OC Transpo to schedule the 2024 OSIM inspection for this year.
Okay, so I guess would these inspections, had they gone forward as scheduled, in the areas that weren't inspected have identified that concrete issue?
It's tough to say, Chair. When the issue would have occurred and based on the timing of the OSIM inspection, it's tough to say for when which would have happened first, if the delamination would have been present at the time of a 2022 inspection, or if it would have happened after that inspection. It's really tough to say.
Okay, I guess the question we have to ask ourselves is if we'd only delayed the inspection by 1 year and did them in 2023, we likely would have spotted the problem and well, we could have potentially spotted the problem, could have addressed it, I guess, prior to it causing the shutdown in January. Is that a possibility that could have occurred if we had the proper inspection, just delayed into 2023?
Yeah, again, the construction continued in through 2023. So the construction wrapped up fall of 2023, and we had intended to complete an inspection 2024. So it's tough to say when the delamination would have been present and been able to be determined that preventative maintenance activity would have been needed.
I understand that answer, but it's just concerning because the MTO letter talks about a portion of a structure being under construction, and that is reason for some potential delay in an inspection. But it also speaks to the fact that if there's a portion open to traffic, it'll be inspected as per its normal schedule, unless directed otherwise by the head of structures for the region in which the structure is located. So, was it a known decision to delay the inspection even though it was open to traffic at that time?
For you, Chair, yes, it was known that the structure would stay in service, and to the point that the Mr. RMCO made earlier, with structural inspections and such happening as part of the project through the Ontario Ministry of Transportation OSIM structure inspection manual. It does provide that ability to defer that inspection for a cycle, and then we would come back to that. So it was known that the structure would remain in service. There were some, visual inspections that were happening from the station platform over time. This structure, again, was built in 1987, 37 years old. We had some known, drainage issues within the structure, and we were inspecting it visually and more regularly as a result.
Okay, that's helpful. So just because it's getting clarity that, obviously the city chose to skip the inspection, even though there was still traffic occurring in the tunnel, and that regular inspection is going to be important. And so it was, I guess, a letter from our city's senior engineer structures provided to confirm that the decision to defer the structural inspection was made by that office due to rehabilitation work, but it seems that we still have the ability to inspect it, just given that there is still traffic and potential risk, even though construction was going on in that area. And obviously, concrete slabs falling on tracks is no small risk. So it's a concern, I guess, for me anyway, that I think we need to see addressed either through other MTO explanations or guidelines that can be provided, or, I guess a strict inspection schedule when there is traffic occurring. If the MTO letter doesn't address a situation like this, like the Saint Laurent tunnel, then we need to make sure we're clarifying our intentions of how often this is going to be inspected, so that safety is paramount here, given all the other issues we've had. So is there a process now to deal with, I guess, kind of the fallout from what occurred in terms of a safety issue going forward? How is that going to be addressed?
Councillor, thanks for the question through you, Chair. So when Infrastructure Water Services was initially notified of the issue on January 2nd with the small pieces of concrete that had delaminated from the soffit and it fell down on the tracks, we had immediately engaged a structural engineering firm to perform a very detailed inspection. Once that small delamination area was identified, we brought in and engaged a contractor to do some chipping and scaling removal of that loose concrete, which was then followed up by a very detailed inspection by a consulting engineering firm, a structural engineer, to deem the structure as being safe, and the structure is still safe today. We will follow up this summer or fall with a detailed Ontario structure inspection manual inspection per the Ministry of Transportation guideline.
Okay, I just hope in the future, if there's an inspection that needs to take place in that area because there's still traffic occurring through there, that we're not waiving the need to do an inspection. Obviously, this could have been potentially caught with an inspection, and I'm glad it's safe now, certainly, and I appreciate the explanation. But I think those inspections are important for maintaining safety along the line, and we shouldn't be delaying them when there's actual traffic still occurring there. So thank you very much for this. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Brockington, you managed to join us. Welcome.
I did, Chair. Thanks so much. And thanks to Mr. Barato for the presentation, and I acknowledge the modified format. So thank you very much, sir. Councillor Menard did justice to the questions about the tunnel. That was going to be the focus of my questions today, the Saint Laurent tunnel. So I will not go over the same questions. I will ask though, Mr. Barato, your quarterly reports to the city manager, what do those reports entail? Are they similar to your annual report, or do you cover off anything different than what you've shared today?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So the approach used for monitoring is a structured and transparent approach, as I've talked about. The results are shared progressively with all the stakeholders for purposes of positioning them to be able to take action to address the findings that are identified in an expedient manner. The city manager gets a progress update on how the monitoring is going, but everything that the city manager sees makes its way into the annual compliance report. So what you see in this annual compliance report is the full picture of the RMCO's monitoring activities in 2023.
Thank you. And do you normally just receive an acknowledgement of receipt, or are there questions that follow?
Thank you for the question, so Mr. Chair. So this is a meeting during which I review the progress. So it is an interactive meeting.
Okay.
And there are, questions, there's points of clarification that are requested. So that is the nature and process of those meetings.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I apologize for asking this. I may be the only person that can't remember the answer to this question, but we're aware that you monitor and your team the Confederation line, but who is responsible for monitoring the regulatory compliance for safety and security of the Trillium line? I didn't hear the answer to that. I just wanted clarification.
So I will defer the question to OC Transpo, but as I said earlier, the Trillium line is a very different operation, different equipment, different infrastructure. It is subject to the federal regulations, so Transport Canada is definitely involved. In addition to that, and I'll let OC Transpo speak, but the safety one of the benefits of having it structured this way, of having the Trillium line under the federal regulations and the Confederation line under the city regulations, is there's an intersection between the two. So for instance, the city's safety management system is a safety management system that applies to both lines. So the learnings in the Confederation line are passed on to Trillium and vice versa. So the city's safety management system would be applicable also, and that has a number of elements, including monitoring, investigation, and so on. I'm speaking here because I did monitor the city's safety management system earlier. So at that point, I'll turn it over to the city.
Thank you very much, Chair. Taffy is here and he can comment on that.
Thanks, Renee. Chair, the situation is that the regulatory bodies over Confederation Line and Trillium are quite similar, and I'll just describe. I'll be having a slide in my own presentation to explain it fully. But in essence, the Trillium Line has all three federal regulatory bodies on oversight. So Transport Canada, respect to rules and regulations, Canada Transportation Act, agency in respect to certificate of fitness and insurance requirements, as well as accessibility. And of course, as we've heard this morning, Transportation Safety Board in respect to accident and incident investigations. And so all three of those entities provide oversight for Trillium Line. And so they do not have a position of the regulatory monitor compliance officer. That was a requirement out of the delegation agreement with us with Transport Canada. I hope that makes it clearer for you.
It does, but I guess that leads to, I mean, we hired Mr. Barata prior to the Confederation Line going into passenger service. And it's an annual report we get. It's the oversight that we absolutely need. We don't have a similar reporting mechanism through the commission for the Trillium Line, do we?
That is in the auspices of Transport Canada and as well as the Canada Transportation Agency. So Transport Canada has been engaged with Trillium Line since 2014, as well as the CTA. And so we've been interacting with them daily, weekly, monthly on all of the things that are happening on the development of Trillium Line. So I personally was involved in getting the certificate of application for the construction application that was granted to us in 2016. So we've been constantly involved with our regulators, and that is the model that they have approached on all federal railways, including here in Ottawa.
But Mr. Barata's report is presented in a public forum. He transparently lists the 48 issues that he's identified since he started. We don't have the same transparent process about the Trillium Line. Am I missing something here, or are you saying, yes, they're different bodies who are responsible, your team is engaged with the three parties you listed, but wouldn't it not be best for the public and transit commissioners who are ultimately responsible to have the same type of presentation at the commission for the Trillium Line?
Under federal regulations, to operate a federal railway, you need a certificate of fitness that's issued by the Canada Transportation Agency, predominantly focused on insurance. And under the new regulations for Transport Canada Railway Operating Certificate, which we received when it was first issued in 2016, that railway operating certificate will be once again approved once we have Trillium Line launched. And so those are the requirements on top of the normal Transport Canada and Canada Transportation Agency's own monitoring, which is done as far as their resource and how they set up their regulatory oversight. So it's not the same as a regulatory monitor, but it's a public forum that places all of their investigations online, as the TSP has done as well.
Yeah, I guess, Chair, I'm confused why we would treat two different lines differently when it comes to regulatory compliance. It's critical. You heard the questions from Councillor Hill to start off. What we're doing with the Trillium Line, I think, as far as a public reporting and airing out of the issues, and here's the progress we've made, and here's what's outstanding, here's what we still need to do. I don't have the same level of comfort with the Trillium Line. And the Trillium Line's been a reliable line. I don't want anyone to think otherwise, but I don't know what the issues have been. and I don't know what the new issues might be because it seems that there's a different process in place. So maybe I'm way out in left field here, but I'm just, the public expects openness and transparency and nothing hidden given what we went through the last term. And I'm not suggesting staff are deliberately hiding stuff. I'm just calling into question the method, the two different methods for the lines. And Chair, maybe you can help me out, or maybe I need to take this offline and speak to our GM. But it just seems that we would want to use the same format for public reporting for both lines.
So, Councillor Brockington, I know Councillor Hill, prior to today's meeting, raised some of these concerns with the city manager. And I think there is an openness from the city manager and everyone involved to look at that issue, because it is an unusual oversight and regulatory arrangement where you have two lines in the same system that have a different oversight model. I think your concern is valid about how is that reporting transparent and available to the public. And I don't think anyone has an answer, a perfect way to do that right now, but it is something that should be explored over the coming months. And I encourage you to reach out to the city manager's office and continue that conversation with colleagues.
All right, thanks, Chair. I'll park the rest of my minor questions, but just wanted to raise that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Two small, rather minor questions compared to the scale of other that have been asked. My first question, so you'll have to excuse me when I speak to subject matter experts, and sometimes I can barely handle the jargon itself. And I'm not sure, sir, if this is a question for you, Mr. Barada, or for Madame Amilcar. And I certainly do not intend the question at all to be provocative, but it's just tied to what I heard in the report. So last week, we had a relatively short stoppage of one of our trains, as I understand it, from the memo from Madame Amilcar, tied to an issue, what we suspect, an issue with the CBTC system related to severe weather. And I had communicated with Madame Amilcar about how the weather, whereas it may be seen as extreme for early April, the weather was not exactly extreme compared to our standards. In your report, I couldn't help but notice that when you were, and again, here's where I could barely explain what I read, but in your report, when you were talking about where we are conformant and or compliant, and the areas where we are partially not conformant, not compliant, I couldn't help but notice that in several of the areas where you said we were non-conformant, non-compliant, they were related to, I think, implementation training, oversight related to CBTC. And so my question, and this may be completely false equivalency, and I don't intend it to be, but is there any correlation between the fact that last week we have a train unexpectedly stopped due to extreme weather tied to CBTC, and the fact that your report points to some non-conformity, as you mentioned, a report tied to CBTC? Is there a correlation there?
Thanks, Chair, for the question. I'm laughing because I had the same question for the RMCO as well when we talked earlier. So we still investigate. I want to make it clear here today, we could make all of those things that Mr. Barada just shared with us, we would continue to have problems, okay? It's important to know that because that happens, unfortunately, that happens with your house, with your car, etc. So we'll continue to investigate that cause. We'll bring it as soon as possible, for sure, when we'll have the report. And we'll force to make, or we'll need to make sure that we are more compliant than less, but we could be 100% compliant and we could have problems to deal with.
Certainly, if I may add to that, the analogy again of the vehicle, you can have your vehicle perfectly maintained with winter tires, but if you have extreme weather, it will slow you down. It's totally normal. So back to the CBTC findings, they were a mix of fully conformant and mostly conformant. So very high level of execution in terms of the inspections. The one that was partially conformant was the training, bearing in mind that the monitoring was done in 2023, and the window of time during which all of 2022 as well as the first 6 months of 2023. And we have been addressing that. As I said, for every finding, OC Transpo requests a remedial action from RTG and RTM. We have been seeing progress. And as I said, the latest update that I saw in the training was that of all the signal and communication technicians, there was only one that was missing one course. So there's been progress around the training. And maybe I should have said at the beginning that the RMCO does not investigate the service issues or accidents. The RMCO monitors compliance relative to the city's programs and reports on them, which I'm doing. And I guess the only thing we can say from that perspective and about risk, we cannot pinpoint it to a specific incident, but we can say from a rational perspective that those inspections are there for a reason. And those inspections are there to look for conditions that can represent hazards and that can degenerate over time. So that if an inspection is late or missed, it will increase the risk, but will it cause an incident? That's not possible to say for me. But as Mrs. Amilcar said, this incident is being investigated, and it's very, very difficult to be able to pinpoint it to either training or to an inspection that wasn't done. But this is something that I think should become more apparent as that investigation evolves.
Okay, thank you. One more question, Chair. So I'm not a committee member, but as a counselor, I think, all counselors, all we are seeking when we sit in these chairs is that we get information that is as thorough and as transparent and as consistent as possible. As I understand your role to be as compliance officer, and forgive me for distilling it down, it seems like your role is to assess and review how we are inspecting, overseeing, trying to remain in compliance so that we have a safe and reliable system. And I heard from your report that based on what you know, that OC Transpo in the city is performing well generally in that regard. And I hadn't intended to ask this question, but at one point I heard you say, based on everything I've read. So I was at a transit commission meeting several months ago when I believe it was the briefing when we heard from about the wheel pin assembly, and Alstom and RTG were both present. And it was from that meeting on, I understand that that Alstom reports to RTG, RTG reports to us. And I've asked questions to staff about what I understand to be a different interpretation of derailments and wheel-bearing axle assemblies between Alstom and RTG. There is, as I understand it, an Alstom Sustainable Solution Report, otherwise known as the Alstom Report. RTG has that report. We don't have that report. As I understand it, RTG will be delivering a consolidated report to council in December of 2024. I don't know whether or not that consolidated report will contain the full Alstom report. So you said here today that based on everything you know, based on everything you read, that OC Transpo is delivering well in terms of insight, oversight, and so forth. Sir, have you read the full Alstom Sustainable Solution Report?
Thank you for the question. So, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned earlier, the RMCO is focused on monitoring compliance relative to city programs and regulations. The RMCO does not investigate incidents. So when I say everything I've read really focuses on the TSB investigation that they performed on the bearing issue. And they've explained, as I said earlier, that it appears to be a bearing from a vehicle that was used in a different type of load environment. And that could be related to that. So I'm not going to get into the detail, but that's basically what I was referring to. I'll come back to, first of all, to address your point. Have I seen this RTG report? I have not seen that RTG report. That's not what the RMCO does. This is handled directly between OC Transpo and RTG, RTM, and Alstom to drive for resolution expediently on the bearing issue. Bearing in mind again that to have a safe and reliable operation, many things have to go right? And let's put aside the extreme weather for now, but the design's got to be right. The inspections have got to be done. The quality assurance and workmanship has to be there. The training's got to be there. So the RMCO provides visibility on the inspection piece, on the training piece, but the design piece and the workmanship is handled through the city in terms of their oversight that they perform and the experts that they hire.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I certainly look forward to reading whichever report council is privy to when it comes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. I'm not seeing any other hands up. So 39 of the 48 issues that you've identified over the past few years have been closed. Of the 9 that remain open and that OC Transpo and the other actors are working on, in your opinion, do any of those 9 issues, while they remain open, present a significant risk or a high risk to safety and security?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it boils down, short answer is, I don't see those as a major risk, but if we look at them in the context that those are about inspections and they're about training, bear in mind what I said earlier, that those inspections are there for a reason. It doesn't mean that if one of those inspections is either missed or late, that an incident will happen, but it stands to reason that the risk, there'll be a little bit more exposure in terms of risk. So I think we need to look at it from a progression point of view. And, you know, if we were to ask that same question in 2020, when we first monitored the track and the LRVs in catenary, the level of non-conformance was significantly higher. We're now either fully conformant in accordance with those WMS procedures that specify specific requirements, or mostly conformant. So we're at a point where we need to sort of strive to achieve that 100% conformance, but that gap that remains in terms of the 5 or 10% for certain of those procedures, it does represent a little bit of additional risk. And this is why the remedial actions process has been driving very hard to ensure that we have the reporting for visibility and that we have ongoing oversight to ensure that we maintain a view and understanding of what that potential risk level could be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Sam, for your presentation and for patiently answering the many questions today.
My pleasure.
We do need to, there's a report recommendation to send this, that council receive this annual report. So is the report recommendation carried? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. We're going to go right into item 6.2 because it is closely related, and then we will take a short pause after that before we continue. So item 6.2 is the Confederation Line Regulatory Framework Update. Taffy has a brief presentation just to set us up for any questions on that. Welcome, Taffy.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm here from Legal Services to present to you the Confederation Line Regulatory Framework and Bylaw Reports. And what we have for you is a short presentation, but really I wanted to spend a few minutes on the background. And a lot of good questions came out today in and around that background and that context. And there is quite a distinction between Trillium Line and Confederation Line. And so when we first launched out in 2010, as we were about to approve the whole project, and we can go to the next slide, we approached Transport Canada on the ability of them to continue to regulate the Confederation Line, much like the Trillium Line. However, because it is a electrified closed system, they didn't have the background, context, and resources to regulate what is considered a municipal light rail system. Very similar to our comparators are like Calgary and Edmonton that have been going on for decades. And so they negotiated with us this delegation agreement that was put together in 2011, approved by council in July of 2011, and then brought forth and signed and then implemented throughout those early years, right, leading up to the council report in September 2015, when we first brought the Confederation bylaw. And so here, we have to continue to keep these as apples and oranges. They are not the same. Trillium line is, we've heard several times today, a diesel, traditionally an open system where you have level crossings. The good news for Trillium Line Stage 2 is that we've spent millions of dollars to grade separate every crossing. And so therefore, we're just down to the CN rail at Walkley and also an emergency road at the airport. So it's virtually a closed system, but it's a diesel and it's not electrified, and therefore it's not considered a municipal light rail. And so as we entered into that, we decided to enter into this agreement. And if we can go to the next slide, that gives us a really good picture of the regulatory framework and regime that's in Canada and now in Ottawa in respect to regulating light rail. So for OC Transpo, you'll see the three different business enterprises: Bus and Para, Trillium, and Confederation Line. The Canadian Labor Code, as you know, is since we have our buses go into Gatineau, makes us a federal undertaking. The Canadian Labor Code applies to all OC Transpo employees, and that is true for both Trillium and Confed Line. So there is that continued federal oversight in respect to all of OC's businesses. Second of all, the Canada Transportation Act, as I was saying, that the certificate of fitness and insurance aspects have been removed from Confederation Line only because they've delegated that to us to ensure, which is the insurance requirements. And of course, the project agreement requires that the project co, in this case, RTG, ensure that they have the sufficient insurance, and that's what we've done since inception. And save and accept the accessibility requirements. So those are still applicable to both Trillium and Confed Line. So if an individual had an accessibility complaint on Confederation Line, they could take that to the CTA for adjudication. And then we move down towards the Transport Canada's role. And in that third bucket, it doesn't have any oversight in Bus and Para. But over the Trillium Line, what has happened is that they have full regulation. On Confederation Line, the delegation agreement has, as Sam said earlier, conditions attached. One of those conditions is that we file an annual report that was just recently filed by the city manager in March 31st of 2024, which has been done annually since inception as well. Coupled with that is the triannual audits, and those audits already took place, and they will happen now every 3 years for both the SMS and SEMS. And so from that standpoint, Transport Canada has not left the building. They're still here, and they're monitoring all that we do on an annual basis. And specifically, if they have any questions, they continually reach out to us, and we have meetings with them all the time. And so then we go to the security aspect, and there is what is called an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding with RAC Canada, which is the Railway Association of Canada, that talks about security, and both Trillium and Confederation Line are signatories to that MOU. So while it appears that, you know, our comparator is municipal light rail systems for Confederation Line, the federal authorities are still all hands on deck. I'll take us to the next slide, which covers some of the agreements that were entered into. And I've made mention of the delegation agreement. This is the foundational document that was not lightly given by Transport Canada. And they have signed off, and they, don't forget, they also have potential termination clauses if they feel that we're not doing our tasks. But in essence, they have delegated that to us and we signed it off in actually March of 2012 and implemented, and one of the requirements was to establish the Office of the Regulatory Monitor, which we did in 2015 in the council report as well as the bylaw, and then the hiring of Sam Barata in March of 2018. In there as well is the requirements to continually report and those triannual audits that I talked about. And so that is in place and has been functioning well. The second big document to be entered into was the project agreement, of course, being the massive agreement between us and RTG. And there's where the sort of contractual world and the regulatory world intersect and overlap, is this idea that the programs that were set in the project agreement, not determined by the city, but actually determined by Infrastructure Ontario in using their standard procurement documents that was clear in the public inquiry, that and used as the framework and the foundation of the agreement between the two parties, the city and RTG, which those programs have been adopted and implemented, and actually carries over into the regulatory framework as being the programs that are being subject to SAM's review. I'll take you next to the next slide, and that will outline some of the things that happened in 2015, which was the council report before this commission, and then off to council. And also at that time, we brought forth the Confederation bylaw. And that bylaw was predominantly there to establish SAM's role as regulatory monitor, but also to provide for the framework and regime of Confederation line regulations, which has been in play long before revenue service and continually becomes adapted over time. And that adaptation has continued and culminated to now, looking back at that bylaw, which is now 9 years old, to update it, refresh it, and remove, for instance, redundant material. And so our next slide actually highlights 5 big areas that we actually have modified the bylaw accordingly. The first one, of course, is the organization has changed. Back then, we had a city manager, 2 deputy city managers, and a number of operating departments, and those things have all changed since then, as well as the titles for those city officials. We've now brought it up to par for 2024. Also coupled with that is the centralization of the adoption of regulations, which was predominantly with the city manager as being the highest official of the city in respect to the regulator. But also we were identifying then the GM of transit as well as the director of RIO, a former iteration of RCP. And that actually is worked out. But in essence, those regulations always have been adopted by the city manager. So we just centralize that with the collaboration of the respective operating departments, and therefore we don't fall into another corporate reorg or titles changing, et cetera, but clearly identified as having all hands on deck when it comes to new regulations. The third thing that we did was also clarify Sam's role, as he has done for the last 5 years, is bring his report here for operations and maintenance. He was hired leading up to, our task was to make sure he was in place 6 months before revenue service. That was done because at that time we anticipated a revenue service in 2018, and he was hired in March of 2018, as I said before, but also bringing his work plan before council in September of 2018, leading up to revenue service. And then we also wanted to distinguish between that type of monitoring and the monitoring for design and construction, which has always been the PA. The PA has a plethora of requirements. It has an independent certifier, a safety auditor, and levels of oversight, both within lenders and parties, both on the city side and project side, that ensure compliance with the contract, which is, as I said, the interplay with the regulatory framework. And then finally, we've brought forth better reporting timelines. I think we were thinking outside the box back in 2015. And then when we brought it forth, we're now mirroring what we actually do. Here is those reporting lines, both with Transit Commission and Council, and also within the organization and the interface with other city departments. So that is the end of my presentation, Chair, and I'll definitely here for questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you very much for the overview. Any questions from committee members? Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. Item 7, sub-item 5, under reporting, it says council may direct the city manager or other official employee to take action in respect to whatever finding, et cetera, et cetera. Does that mean, to me, the way I'm interpreting it means that the information has to come forward first for us to then give the direction? Is there an assurance in there? I think this actually might be more for staff, but could there be an assurance that this information comes to us proactively so we don't learn about it after the fact or not learn about it at all because we can't do our jobs in direct if that information doesn't come to us anyway?
Thanks for the question, Chair. That is the process is that in respect to not building very much a huge enforcement compliance as they would in the federal regime is that because the high city official is also the chief administrative officer, so that direction is that based on failure to carry out duties as employees as to carry out that's why and it's written that way.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair Gower. I appreciate the time you took with me this morning, Mr. Nahas. I also appreciate the comments you make here. You know, I can very much appreciate we have a complicated system with which you are laying over top a very appropriate organizational chart to deal with the complexities of design versus oversight versus regulation versus safety versus all of these things. But when something goes wrong, it doesn't matter. And that's not really what I'm interested in. I just want to make sure we do everything we can to prevent things from going wrong in the first place. So we don't need to unpack the totality of that org chart. So I do look forward informally over the next few months working with you and with some of my colleagues to look at this because, you know, much like a nice fine wine, I think things can improve with age. And I'd like to see this perhaps mature to some degree so that we can have some improved appreciation for the importance of independence in the regulation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. I just wanted to ask, given the number of new light rail systems coming on board in Ontario and across Canada, are you aware of or do you anticipate any new provincial or federal regulation regime that might affect us here?
Thanks, Chair. Currently, right now, Ontario has signaled that they want to sort of step in the regulatory world of municipal light rail systems. We don't have one here in Ontario. And they've actually reached out to us and we've been in consultation with their consultants on what that would look like. And so they have built in things like SMS, SDMS, all the sort of same programs and documentation that we have. And so they've kind of already, they've asked us from the periphery, because we're under federal regulation, just to learn from our own experience. And so with Ontario, we're having collaborative discussions. I think CUDA on a national scale is definitely looking at these things happening right across the system. And of course, in British Columbia, they already have a full-on regulatory regime in British Columbia. So that could be the provincial model, but yeah, there's different aspects, but it is becoming the #1 topic. But as I said earlier, Calgary and Edmonton has been doing this for decades. And so our regulatory oversight is far greater. And I don't want anyone from Calgary and Edmonton to speak back, but it's far greater than what they've had. And they've been around for decades.
Okay, thank you. We do have 2 report recommendations. First is that Transit Commission recommend to Council that the light rail regulatory bylaw 2015-301 be repealed and replaced by enacting the new Confederation Line regulatory bylaw as attached to document 1, and that Transit Commission and Council receive as information this report containing an overview of the existing Confederation Line regulatory framework. Are the report recommendations carried? Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you again to staff for the presentation. We're going to take a 15-minute pause so we can have a bit of a reset before we go on to our final items. So let's come back at 10 after the hour. So 1:10. Thank you. Okay, we will try to get going again in about a minute. Okay, we have quorum, so we're going to continue. Soldier on here. We are now on item 7.1, which is the annual update on the Transit Services 5-year roadmap. We do have a presentation from staff. We have Renee Amilcar and Bart Cormier to walk us through. Welcome and good afternoon.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je suis
Thank you
contente
very much.
de vous parler, de notre,
I'm very happy to provide you with the annual update on the roadmap, the 5-year roadmap. As you know, we started last year, we presented you the 5-year roadmap. It's important to have a plan, to be able to present it, and be able to measure the results, because we always want to improve. We don't.
This first annual update of OC Transpo's 5-year roadmap. Next slide, please. Here you see our vision, proud to be your choice to get there. That reflects our goal of modernizing and growing OC Transpo into a world-class transit network. The New Ways to Bus network is an excellent example of how we are shifting our services to meet the current needs of our customers while adapting to changing ridership patterns and resources. Our mission is to deliver safe and reliable transit service that connects Ottawa's communities and puts customers and our employees first. We are seeing good progress so far, but there is still room to improve. The yearly performance metrics we will present today will give you a good sense of where we are now and the areas we will continue to see growth in. This roadmap is a living document that lays out a transparent, accountable, and measurable path to guide OC Transpo over the 4 years left in our plan. Next slide, please. On this slide, you see our vision and mission reflected in 5 pillars: our people, our customers, our services, our assets, and our finances. All the activities in the roadmap are organized into one of these 5 pillars. At a high level, the strategic initiatives under each pillar include strategic staffing to increase diversity, prioritizing our customers, improving customer satisfaction, improving transit service levels and reliability, shifting our assets to environmentally friendly options, and long-term financial planning. I will now hand the floor to Bart Cormier, Acting Director of Strategic Communications and External Relations, who will speak to these 5-year roadmap initiatives and our progress to date. Merci.
Merci, René. If I could have the next slide, please. So here we have the 22 strategic initiatives that we brought before the Transit Commission last year. They are organized, as Madame Amilcar mentioned, into our 5 different pillars. And of course, it's worth mentioning that supporting the pillars, so as the bedrock upon which the pillars sit, is our overarching commitment to safety, which is woven into all of the strategic initiatives, but also expressed in number 5 under our people, which is strengthening our culture of safety. And as we'll see, as the roadmap has evolved over our discussions over the past year, we've added an additional strategic initiative to capture more fully our commitment to safety across our department. So I won't go through all of these in detail, but I will mention a few of them. There's quite a bit of breadth, and some of them are affecting targeted areas of our operations, whereas some are more profound. So I'll speak in a moment about measure to manage, because that's really the philosophy that underlines our entire approach and that underlines the entire roadmap itself. But we have things like our focus on diversity, strategic recruitment, customer service improvements, transforming our communications to more transparently provide information to yourselves and to the public, the handover of stage 2, the route review, the stabilization of our service delivery, and the long-range financial plan that we're working on with finance. So as you can see, there's a great breadth, and to pick up on a point which we had mentioned last year, which I think is very important, is that our challenge is to find a balance amongst these different pillars. They're presented in a circle on the previous slide because all of them are meant to be equally important. We can't sacrifice one at the expense of the others. We have to live within our finances. We have to provide excellent service. We have to take care of our people, and we have to take care of our customers all at the same time. So that's the challenge that our management team has put in front of us. Next slide, please. So as I said, I'd like to take a second to talk about measuring to manage, because really that was the sort of philosophical underpinning of the entire exercise, which is that we have to be measuring our processes. We have to be translating them into key performance indicators so that we can place targets on them, so that we can bring information forward, not in an anecdotal sense, but in a very clear, objective and evidence-based approach, so that we can see where we are, we can have discussions openly and collaboratively about where we need to make improvements. And then when we make those improvements, we have a way to figure out whether they were the right ones. So over the past year, we've been looking at confirming our data collection processes. We've centralized our oversight and tracking of all KPIs. We have a person whose part of their job is dedicated to reaching out to the various managers who are the leads on all of our strategic initiatives, checking in on their KPIs on a regular basis. We've implemented reporting systems and scorecards. Once a week, our departmental leadership team reviews scorecards from our main service areas. We have rail, bus, absenteeism reports. We just received a report yesterday about our progress on communications, reviewing how well we're doing on our engagement on social media, how well we're doing in terms of responding quickly to inquiries from councillors and inquiries from the media. So we're tracking and managing across a number of different objectives. We have a number of KPIs that we're updating and reporting to the Transit Commission, and we are tracking within our own operations the number of KPR targets that we're reaching versus the number that we need to keep focusing on. And through the conversations that we've had both internally and with this body, we've been able to refine where we need to make progress and where we need to bring more and additional information to this body for consideration. Next slide, please. Alors, suite à la conversation qu'on a eue entre
Following
nous,
the discussion that we had at OC Transpo, we added 6 new strategic initiatives in 2024. First of all, we will have a safety management system focusing on compliance, commitment, and culture. Then we'll have a long-term transition to zero-emission buses. We will also have a maintenance action plan for the buses, as well as a long-term garage strategy at Maryville, Pinecrest, and Colonnade. Then we want to have an on-time performance and regularity. and we'll take into account also the employee morale.
Some strategic discussions with our departmental leadership team. We've put forward 6 new strategic initiatives that reflect the evolution of our thinking and also some of the successes that we've made. Because we have successfully moved forward on the immediate transition to zero emission buses, we now need to add a longer term transmission to zero emission buses to look beyond 2027 and the procurement, the large scale transition to zero emission bus technology. Our safety management system with its compliance commitment and culture aims to move us from a reactive to a very proactive safety culture, further up what our team is calling the ladder of safety compliance. It's an industry term. And so we're currently at a level where our approach to safety is more reactive. We want to move it to a place where it's more ingrained, where it's more a part of our culture and owned by all of our staff, not just by those who focus on safety. Our bus maintenance action plan, we've spoken a great deal about here in terms of the various things that we're doing to try to bring greater regularity and control and predictability. What we would like to do with that in the future is move it even further to the point where we're able to make very accurate predictions about the resourcing needs that we'll require on specific days longer into the future so that we can plan better and understand where we want to be, prioritize our efforts better. The long-term garage strategy is very much overlapping with the long-term transition to our zero-emission fleet. We need to determine what garage facilities we require, how we're going to bring them up to the standards that we require them to be to support the transition to zero-emission buses. On-time performance and regularity follows on our commitment to improving our service delivery. Once we achieve 99.5%, then the next challenge comes to making sure that all of those buses that we've successfully delivered into service are arriving exactly where they need to be at exactly the time that our customers anticipate. And then finally, employee morale. We've like all of the city departments, reviewed very closely the results of the 2023 corporate employee survey, and we've had regular meetings with our union partners. Both of these have underscored a need to look very closely at employee morale, to look at the wellness of our people, which is a big corporate priority as well. So we're making sure that that's well resourced and that we're taking a very close look at it, not only centrally as a department, but individually in all of our service areas. So these are the 6 that we'd like to bring forward that represent kind of the evolution of our thinking, and they will be in addition to the ones that were added last year. We are looking at seeing which ones we've completed to the point where they don't need to be reported on going forward. For example, the bus route review has now transitioned into the network realignment, and we're now talking about it in terms of new ways to bus. So that starts to become reported not as an individual project, but as a way of achieving our on-time performance and regularity that we'd like to bring forward. Next slide, please. So we'll move into the scorecard. So I hope you've had an opportunity to review it. So the scorecard that we provided as an attachment to the report that's on today's agenda represents a survey of high-level KPIs. It's not every single KPI that we're tracking, but it does represent one for almost all of the strategic initiatives that are listed. There were a few that weren't in a place where, because they have longer-term objectives, because it's a 5-year plan, we have some initiatives that hadn't necessarily moved to where they needed to be in order to be able to report on them, but we will bring those forward in future years. So I'll just review, if we can go to the next slide. We have a few that I consider in my head to be a bit of our bragging slide. So these are areas where we're doing particularly well that we'd like to highlight. Time to fill bus operator vacancies. Previously, it took weeks. We've gotten that down to 6 weeks, thanks to the integrated team that we have that's taking a look at centralized recruitment strategies. That work is ongoing. Our staff retention rate is at 89.6. We'd like it to be 90% or higher, of course, but we're aiming to try to improve that by Q4 of 2026. Credit card fare payments, that was a commitment that we had made to deliver. It has been delivered, and that initiative is now complete. Call center average wait times. Our target had initially been 15 minutes, and we are now sitting at an average of 3.3 minutes in 2023, which is excellent, but that means that we now need to revise our target so that it can be more accurately reflecting where we are and where we want to go. Presentations to Transit Commission and the Light Rail Subcommittee. We had 38 last year. We don't have a target for that because, of course, it depends on the items that need to be brought forward and the state of our operations, but we're tracking that ongoing as part of our commitment to building strong relationships with Council. Our ZEB charger reliability rate, we received a report on that in March, and our results were at 99% for the chargers that we had installed as part of the pilot. For the overall transition, we're aiming at 95%. So we want to make sure that as we add more and more chargers and pantographs and infrastructure to the system, that we're able to maintain those high levels of charger reliability. So we'll revise the we'll revise the target as needed once we have that infrastructure in place. So we'll be watching that very closely. And the KPIs that are reported to Transit Commission at each meeting are 17. We have so many that we are starting to talk internally whether we need to roll some of them together, whether it's useful for us to review each one of them in the level of detail that we are, whether that makes best use of the Commission's time. Of course, we wouldn't pull them off, but we may look at reporting them to you and then reviewing only the most relevant ones at the meetings. But those are discussions that are still ongoing. Next slide, please. So these are areas where we are not meeting targets. And so these are areas of focus where we need to put additional effort in. A lot of these will not come as a surprise to this group because these are the things that we talk about at these meetings. So preventable vehicle collisions and the customer injury rate. We receive monthly reports from our chief safety officer on those. Our 2023 results were at 1.1. We would like them to be 1. So we're very close to our target. We would ideally like these to be 0. We want no preventable collisions and no injuries of our customers. But of course, we need to be reasonable. Bus service delivery, we've talked quite a bit about that. In 2023, we achieved 97.8%. We would like it to be 99.5%, and we have a very solid plan to get us there. We're starting to see improvements in 2024. O-Train Line 1 service delivery, again, we want it to be at 99.5%. We have plans to increase service regularity, and I think already in 2024, we're seeing significant improvement from where we were in 2023. Buses unavailable to meet service. So this is the industry standard way of tracking that. Last year, we were at 26% of our buses on average were unavailable for service. We want that to be much lower. We would ideally like to have all of our buses available for service if possible, but 17.5% is the target that we have set for ourselves. Paratransport on-time performance, it's at 92.9%. We would like it to be at 95%. And on-time performance for bus routes operating every 16 minutes or less frequently. Last year, it was 74.5%. We would like it to be at 85%. And so for most of these, the target goal is as quickly as possible. We're making efforts and we don't want to set ourselves targets too far out in the future. We want that to be achieved now because that's what our customers expect from us. Next slide, please. And that takes us to the end of the review of the significant KPIs that we wanted to bring to your attention. And I and my colleagues are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much for the report and the presentation. Councillor Hill is first up. Question.
Thank you very much, Chair Gower. I don't know if we're going to be receiving a report in the future about the procurement process for the next iteration of replacement bus fleet. I know that right now we're in the process of our zero emission bus renewal. We have a schedule, but that's not going to replace the totality of our fleet. So we need to do something in the future. Are we going to receive a separate report on that in the near future, or are there elements that are governing those decisions in terms of what types of buses, what types of fleet we're looking at that we know right now, or when are we going to have that information?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Definitely, we will come back here, and this is one of the things that we want to see. That's why we have a group who's working on what we should do with Colonnade, Maryville, Pinecrest garages, and the planning department is working now on what kind of high capacity buses we should have, and we will come back pretty soon this year for sure to propose something to move forward, because if we want to continue with the e-buses, which is my recommendation for sure, so we will need to action now. So we'll come back for sure.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And just I recognize that you mentioned maybe 1 or 2 commissions ago, the importance of diversification of the fleet. I know that you had looked at multiple different service providers for the electric buses. And I just want to get an understanding. I appreciate that your preference right now is looking at another electric bus type model. But is there a consideration, or have we boxed out the option space for other types of lower emission technologies such as renewable natural gas or hybrids or things like that?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. a very, very, very short discussion that I had with my team. It's to consider maybe the hydrogen one, but we have to come back again because the technology is not seriously ready. And we have to follow the technology as well to make sure that if we want to go somewhere, we can go to avoid what exactly we are having now. It's we have aging buses because the e-buses program or for a lot of reasons that I have already shared here, we are late on that. So we have to make sure that we take the right decision. But I have the ambition to look at the hydrogen one as well.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. This first question may seem out of order, but it will tie back into the content. The delay that you had mentioned for the e-buses, is that on us or is that on New Flyer?
Would you like to take it, Richard? I have explained it many times. So from the Infrastructure Canada, the etc.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Maybe just in summary, there are two components. There is the funding that the City of Ottawa was expecting throughout 2023, but was only really confirmed in the last quarter of 2023. So we had the INFC grant and we had the CIB loan. So both those tranches of money were, as far as the city was concerned, were behind schedule. The other component is the procurement model for the fleet. The decision was made quite some time ago that we would utilize the Metrolinx procurement program, and so there were delays that occurred in the final decisions that were made by Metrolinx about the two buses that were finally selected, and so we were in a waiting game, unfortunately, and that was very much out of our control.
Okay, I understand, and this is where it comes back into order. So my concern for this is that one of your pillars in your 5-year roadmap is our assets, right? And we have some 400 buses that are going to come up to either a requirement for midlife or is past retirement very soon. And, I think there was a chart presented to us, I want to say last commission, that showed like a timeline of replacements and everything. If the e-bus program, excuse me, if the e-bus program hits other roadblocks like this, or sorry, not roadblocks, if the e-bus program continues to be slowed down by things that are, these things seem like they're out of our control, I will reiterate something that we said last month, that some form of backup needs to be thought about, right? And whether it's RNG, whether it's hybrids, I know you're interested in hydrogen, but something that's, I view RNG and hybrids as more tangible, right? And if you look at the timeline of one of the TTC's most recent procurements for articulated buses, that was a timeline of 1 year. They recently had some brand new buses enter service that were ordered and delivered in 2023. So that is that's certainly a concern for me on the asset pillar of your five pillars. And I would like to just kind of leave that there. And of course, something that I've brought up in the past, like the reason why I think we're in our predicament is that we bought orders of buses that were so large that everything sort of comes up at once, right? Like our entire fleet of Arctic minus 50 or so vehicles, they're all going to be about 15 years old, 13, 15 years old soon. And then all of those Enveros had to be retired practically all at once. So like some form of more steady state procurement. I know you're doing that with the e-buses, but some form of steady state procurement really needs to be considered. And if that means replacing some of those Arctics earlier, so that we're not dealing with the mass retirement again, that's something that I think will be very valuable to the asset pillar of that 5-year plan. So which is a great plan. Like last year we said, and we were surprised at the fact that before it was a 10-page Word document, right? So this is a great plan. It's great to see scorecards, but the asset pillar is something that I am concerned about right now.
Chair, I will not comment very long, but it's a good question because we'll come back for sure with the plan. And one of the initiatives that we have had this year, and Bart just shared it with us, it's the action plan for the maintenance, because we do care about the reliability of the system, and it's a big step from the diesel to the e-buses. So we want to be able to mitigate the risk, but even if we switch to hydrogen or natural gas, we'll have to do that anyway. So actually we're trying to better maintain our buses to be able to extend their life, so we can have this time that we need to be able to welcome new technology and new buses.
Yeah, and understood. I think the basis of my concern is also just like at some point the buses get so unmaintainable that you need a crew of X number of maintenance people times extra shifts, because like some of the Enveros are almost 20 years old. So there are things in there that require so much time that regardless of what training we offer, like it's just going to be a huge resource sink. Especially if the e-buses do get delayed. So it's just a consideration for going forward, I guess. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm going to focus on number 4, the long-term garage strategy, and particularly Pinecrest. Well, it's on Queensview, and this is a piece of property, a sizable piece of property that's extremely close to a brand new stage 2 station. And I'm a little concerned if you're investing money in it when it should be winding down, if we're going to have a train running there by 2027. I know they say 2026, but I'm saying 2027. And that's within 5 years. So are we winding down for that site? Because we have a secondary plan going on right now for the Queensview Pinecrest area. And this site has been identified because it's a city-owned site. It's a sizable piece of land. And it would be an excellent spot for a major recreation facility. It's also excellent for affordable housing. And so I want to know if you're going to be winding down on this particular site. Thank you.
So Chair, that's an excellent question. And that's exactly why we've defined this as a strategic initiative. So the strategic initiatives we're defining to make sure that we're resourcing them properly and having those discussions internally. It's a reminder for us that it's important. So I wouldn't say the creation of the strategic initiative reflects a particular direction that we're taking. It's noting that the discussion needs to be had and that we need to make decisions. And we will come back to the Transit Commission with a recommendation.
That's good news. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, we've come a long way in a year, and lots of work still to come this term. So thank you very much for the presentation. Is this report received? Received. Thank you. Okay, our next item is 7.2, the OC Transpo scheduling process. There's a few ways we could proceed here. If councillors have questions and would like the full presentation, we can do that. Or we could carry it if there's no pressing questions, just given the length of the meeting. So do any of our committee members or councillors want the presentation? Welcome back, Councillor. I do want to give staff, because staff had a offer they wanted to make councillors, and I do want to give staff, Matthew in particular, a chance to mention that.
Thank you, Chair. So the presentation today was given an overview of our scheduling practices. Our scheduling practices are quite interactive, and we wanted to extend an offer to the members of the Transit Commission to come at some point to our offices at 1500 Saint Laurent and observe the schedulers in action, and perhaps undertake some of the scheduling tests that we give to new employees joining the scheduling department, just to see the scope of the work that we do.
Yes, thank you for that. I just heard Councillor Leeper say that would be fun. So you have at least one taker. It's a really good report, really good background. I think it's obviously an area that we've had questions about before, and it's good to have some more background about the whole process. It's not as easy as it might look from the outside. So are there any other questions from councillors on this? Because if not, I think we can receive it. So is the report received? Received. Thank you for preparing for that. Number 8 is in-camera items, of which we have none. Number 9, there's information previously distributed on use of delegated authority. I've had no requests to hold that one. Number 10.1 is a motion of which notice has been previously given. This is a Councillor Lowe motion on 3889 Rideau Valley Drive. Councillor Lowe?
So thank you, Chair. I read this motion in last month. And it basically refers to a property that is bisected by the urban boundary, which is also the UTA-RTA boundary. So one of the challenges with this property is that the building from which paratransport users can book a trip is in the urban transit area. However, the vehicular access is in the rural transit area. And as such, the system determines the whole property as in the rural transit area. So this has been a great source of pain and stress and loss of dignity for customers that need to use paratransport from the RVCA building, including once or twice where this customer has been told to bring himself on his wheelchair to 1.5 kilometers up Prince of Wales Drive to a property in the UTA. So that was the intent of the motion. However, in light of some information that I received from the chair and staff yesterday, I am willing to change it to a direction because there apparently is a process underway to review the UTA-RTA boundary. What do I do? Okay, so the direction is that staff correct. Oh, it's on the screen. That staff correct the UTA-RTA boundary anomaly at 3889 Rideau Valley Drive by including the entire property in the UTA as part of the recommendations of the next urban transit area boundary review. And then supplementary, the review should also ensure any and all properties bisected by the boundary are either wholly in the UTA or wholly in the RTA.
Okay, so you've withdrawn your motion. Does staff accept that direction?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. And my understanding is that report's scheduled to come back this fall. So
sounds good.
Then.
Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Item number 11, notices of motion for subsequent meetings. Any notices of motion? All right. Inquiries. I know we have at least one. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The inquiry reads as follows. Following comments made at the October 12th, 2023 transit meeting about the track infrastructure in or around Lees and Herdman Station and the potential for excessive lateral pressure on the wheel assembly system resulting from the track cant angle in the turns at Lees Station Curve, Herdman West Curve, Herdman East Curve immediately leaving the station, and Herdman East Curve 100 meters further east. What are the current cant angles at the above curves? What safety regulations was the consortium obligated to meet when planning and constructing the above infrastructure? Do the above cant angles meet those regulations? Does the current cant of the above curves differ from the original design for the project, if at all? How do the above cant angles compare to industry best practice for LRT systems at the designated speeds in North America and more broadly, Calgary, Edmonton, and Toronto specifically? And to what degree are the current problems with the wheel bearing assembly and axle systems caused by or worsened as a result of excessive lateral force due to the cant angle design and construction at the above locations?
Thank you, Councillor Hill. So staff will come back to us at a later date with a response.
Yeah, Chair, if you don't mind, I would like maybe Richard to comment on that, and for sure we'll come back.
Okay.
Yes, so staff has received the inquiry, and we've had some clarifications between myself and Councillor Hill, and so we will be coming back with a full response. We're expecting more information from the maintainer very shortly. We also expect that the consolidated report that will be provided by RTG will also provide some information that will be pertinent to this particular inquiry.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other inquiries? Okay, we have no other business today. Then we're adjourned and our next meeting is May 9th, 2024. Thanks, everyone. Thank you to staff.
May 31st. May 31st? Yes.
Thank you, Renee. Yes, it's not May 9th, it's May 31st for the joint meeting. So a bit of a break. Merci.